What to do?
Yes, ma'am. Check mark.
ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Good morning to everyone. Joining us from AIMS location for this pivotal online Ifdp program. A very Good morning, dear participants.
Good morning, ma'am.
If multiple of you have joined from the same room, it is going to echo. Everybody else will have to not mute, but get out of the audio. Otherwise, it will keep echoing, even if you put it on mute.
Good morning, Smita ma'am. We'll just do that now. Dear participants, we all have joined online today for a program that addresses one of the most and critical aspects of our professional and personal lives. In today's fast-paced world, the topic titled as Building Resilience, Strategic Approach to Work-Life Balance. This insightful FDP is thoughtfully organized by the Internet Quality Assurance Cell and the Counseling Cell of Government Ramnaran Chalaram College of Commerce and Management, Bengaluru. To set a harmonious tone for our program, we will now begin with this invocation song by Ethiraj, student of final year BCom.
Am I audible, ma'am? Shri Karuna Sagara Karinadana Lambodara Kumikara Amba Suta Amara Vinotalam Bodara Kumikara Shri Gananata Sindhura Karuna Sagara Karinadana Lambodara Amba Suta Amadikara Siddha Chahiti Vinayaka Te Namo Namo Lambodara Kumikara Amba Suta Amara Venuta Lambodara Kumikara. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiraj, for that beautiful rendition, which has truly set a positive atmosphere for our day.
Thank you.
It is my distinct honor to invite Dr. Shobha N.S., Associate Professor of Commerce, IQAC Coordinator, to deliver the welcome address and provide a comprehensive introduction to our distinguished guests and the program participants. Over to you, Dr. Shobha N.S.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome one and all to this one-day International Faculty Development Program. This program is mainly conducted so that, we all have a proper work-life balance. So with this note, I take pleasure in inviting our principal, Dr. Ejaz sir, for this FDP. I also take pleasure in inviting our first resource person for the day, Dr. Smita Akale, for this program. I also welcome all my teaching staff, non-teaching staff, and everybody from Government Ramnarayan Chalaram College of Commerce and Management. And I would like to welcome all the participants. And without you, this program wouldn't have been, possible at all. So I really take pleasure in inviting each one of you to this online faculty development program. Let me begin introducing our first guest of honor, our first resource person, Dr. Smita Akale. Smita Akale is a distinguished public health consultant and mental health professional with over 20 years of diverse experience across clinical, academic, and community-based settings in India, the United Kingdom, and Canada. With a strong foundation in psychiatry, psychotherapy, and public health, she has developed and led numerous initiatives focused on mental wellness, emotional resilience, and strategic work-life integration. Smita holds a Master of Science in Public Health from Oxford, UK, and a mini fellowship in successful aging from Stanford University School of Medicine. Her academic background is further complemented by a postgraduate degree in psychotherapy and counseling and a medical degree in psychiatry, homeopathy from Mumbai University, along with specialized certifications in crisis intervention, mental health first aid and justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Throughout her career, she has successfully designed and delivered training programs for law enforcement personnel, healthcare workers, educators, adolescents, and caregivers. Focusing on stress management, emotional intelligence, and communication strategies, her notable work includes stress management workshops for the Mumbai Police, emotional wellness sessions for jail inmates, and resilience training for frontline healthcare professionals in the NHS. In addition to her consulting work, Smita is an active volunteer and community advocate serving on the board of directors for a not-for-profit organization in British Columbia and contributing to several grassroots initiatives supporting mental health, chronic diseases management, and trauma recovery. With a collaborative and compassionate approach, she brings both expertise and empathy to her engagements, offering practical frameworks and insights into cultivating resilience, achieving work-life balance, and promoting holistic well-being in today's demanding professional environment. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Smita to this faculty development program. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shobha Ennis. On behalf of Government Ramnarayan Chalaram College, I extend a warm welcome to our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Shobha Ennis. Now we want a significant part of our inauguration. It is our immense pleasure to invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Smita, from British Columbia, Canada, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's good evening over here. So it's 9:30 at your end. It's 9 p.m. at my end. So it's a privilege to be here today at this International Faculty Development Program hosted by the Government Ramnarayan. Somebody's microphone is on. So I thank Dr. Shobha and the organizing team for inviting me to deliver this inaugural address. Technically, inaugural addresses are short because you're just inviting everybody. In my case, it's going to be a little longer. So please bear with me. I see a lot of you actually doing work-life balance. All of your cameras are turned off. So I'm assuming half of you are reaching work, half of you are at home, juggling two things, listening to this and doing things at home. That's how I am assuming it to be. I get it. As a faculty member in college, especially in ecosystem like Bangalore or any other city, you're managing many parallel roles like teaching large classes, handling administrative duties, mentoring students from diverse backgrounds, and at the same time managing responsibilities at home. And in that context, the theme of building resilience and managing work-life balance is both timely and essential. So when I say this, usually it's like, let's acknowledge the reality many of us face. Higher education has always been demanding, but today those demands are magnified. Like you may be teaching 4 or 5 classes a day, managing your NAC documentation, preparing
for an institution code.
Can we run basic housekeeping rules, please? The minute, I mean, if you start talking and your audio is unmuted, I can hear you, and then I don't know if I should be talking or no. Simple. I love people asking questions, but I also appreciate if you either raise your hand or put it in the chat box. So if you suddenly unmute yourself, it's not your voice that comes in first, it's the background noise that comes in first. If you're settled on that, then I can go ahead. I'm assuming we are settled on that. Perfect. You've muted everyone. Somebody needs to give me a cue. Do I start back or do I wait?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We are all set for it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so where was I? I was at, you would be teaching 4 or 5 classes, managing your NAC documentation, because now colleges have those certifications, preparing for affiliations, inspection, participating in student-related committees, sometimes even troubleshooting network issues in the computer lab. You come to work in the morning, you turn on your system, and the system decides not to work. And that's the start of your day sometimes, right? So the push for digital transformation, whether it's your LMS, online exams, or any other initiatives, they are quite exciting, but they also add layers of complexity to your professional lives. You need, take an example of this. Arranging earlier, we never had Zoom sessions. It was all in person. So people would make it in time, be there. But now, because it's Zoom, it's okay. It's just Zoom. I can be driving and taking it. I can be doing my household chores and taking the session, right? So it does give you that edge, but remember, it also gets into your personal space, right? A lot many times people think working from home is a nice thing. No, actually not. Because when you're working from home, you're putting in double efforts. Remember, you're doing your work, and every time there's a break, you get up and you'll do some household work, whether it's men or women, it doesn't matter. Your kid comes back from school, right? So you, if you're not on a meeting, or even if you're on a meeting, you are directing the child, go, there's the food kept in the fridge, get it out, warm it up. So you're actually doing two tasks. So digitalization, if it, as much as it has made your life easy, it's making you do double work. A good example of Zoom meetings we always say is, earlier when you had when you had meetings, you would go in person. So you would go, attend the meeting, get out, travel a little, go to the next meeting, and that travel would give you debriefing time. Now that doesn't happen. You jump from one Zoom meeting to other Zoom meeting. So where is the debriefing time? Where is that balance? There's no balance. And if you try, and the other interesting thing is, when you move from one meeting to the other meeting, because you have not debriefed, it takes you longer time to get into the next meeting and understand what's happening over there. So is it increasing your productivity or decreasing it? It's not increasing. I mean, yes, people initially think, oh, it's nice. But there are companies now who have reduced the sick leave time because it's Zoom, because you're working from home, so you can still work, right? So yeah, look at that in terms. So that's where the digitalizations, I was talking about the digitalization. Now let's not forget the hidden work, answering WhatsApp messages from students. Earlier, that was not the case. Now you have groups with different students, their committees. And it's like there's no boundary. What time, who will message, right? Ma'am, when's the class? Oh, ma'am, I forgot this. Ma'am, I'm running late. Or, sir, I couldn't do this. Earlier, people would come in and talk, right? Now it's all WhatsApp language, and half of the time that language is not even conceivable. Let's not even get into the spellings. There is never an OK, AY, OK. There is either a OK or there is just a K. Half of the time it's emojis. I mean, I have heard that joke. There was this one lady who used to put LOL on all the pictures. One day her daughter came in and said, Mom, have you lost it? Why are you laughing at my pictures? And she's like, sweetheart, where am I laughing? She's like, you're putting LOL everywhere. She's like, yeah, I'm saying lots of love. So that's the miscommunication. It's still LOL. Lots of love is also LOL. And laugh out loud is also LOL. Right? So all these new webs have come in. Right? Especially for colleges. And I don't know a lot about this college specific, but I've read about it. So it's quite an old college. And I'm assuming you have a hostel or students live in hostel, not necessarily at your campus, but yes, you do have students who live in hostel, right? So to some extent, you are the second parent to those kids. They cannot reach their parents. So that again is addition to what regular work you have, right? So it's like, you have to stay late, supervise cultural programs. If there are kids who live in hostel, you become their second parent. You're living in a time where the lines of personal and professional lives are completely blurred. We do not know what starts where and what ends where, right? And to add to all of this, a lot of institutions expect the teachers to be always available and always productive, right? So technology has helped us reach out, but it also has invaded our quiet space. And the pandemic, while now behind us, has left an emotional and operational legacy that we are still reckoning with. Amid all this backdrop, we are seeing rising level of burnout, disengagement, and mental health concern. And this is not just among students. Most of the time, people think it's the students, oh, they are burdened. But imagine what happens to a faculty. Because the student has to come in the class, sit and learn or listen. The faculty has to prepare before that, then come and teach. And after that, again, answer the questions, set up a paper, check those papers. So it's a lot more effort. It's like a housewife. She has to wake up before everybody else, prep for the day, make the breakfast, feed everybody, and sleep the last after doing the dinner dishes. So technically, she spends more time. It's the same with the teachers. The amount of time that students spend, the teachers spend a lot more than that. And most of the time, it's not taken into consideration. It's assumed that it's your job. There's no acknowledgement of it, and there's no gratitude for it. It's just, oh, you are a teacher, just do it. It's part and parcel of your job. No, it's not. It's actually not, right? Because there has to be a ratio. If I'm taking a 3-hour class, I should be given a 1 hour of prep time. So yes, So this is how it works. So with all of this, let me pose a simple question to you. How do we care for others without depleting ourselves? And the answer is simple: resilience. But when people say resilience, the first thing that comes to our mind is the grit, toughing it out. Don't cry over anything. Be strong. But why? Why every time you have to not give up? Who says you cannot take a break? And why should you not be taking a break? Right? So often when we hear resilience, we imagine someone who never breaks down, a strong person. But that's not what true resilience is. Resilience is about flexibility and recovery, right? So it's about being responsive, resourceful, and real. It's the ability to recover with insight and not just bounce back blindly. A lot many times we think, oh, I can overcome anything. Yes, you can overcome anything, but what have you learned from it? The learning is important, right? So it's about being able to say, yes, today was difficult, but I will begin tomorrow. You cannot say that's okay. The minute you say that's okay, you are not acknowledging your own emotions, your own struggle. And if you yourself don't do it, how do you expect anybody else to do it around you? Nobody else is going to do that, right? So, for example, I know someone who started, like they were too burnt out. So they started a simple ritual of having a tea in silence for around 10 minutes before the first class. So when I say they had tea for 10 minutes, it's not that actually they took 10 minutes to sip the tea, but they would block out that 10 minutes time, sit with their tea, and quietly enjoy the tea before they went into the class. Right? So it would help them to sort of reset emotionally. And that's why it's always advised that you come 10 minutes before to the class so that you can settle down. There's no fun in running into a class at dot time. Then you are flustered. The minute you are flustered, the students realize that, and then they start creating ruckus in the class. Because you are flustered, you will take time to settle. Right? So yes, that's why that 10 minutes is important for you, for your peace, not for the institute, not for anybody else, for your own mental peace, so that you are grounded when you walk into the class. Resilience simply means emotional agility. So when I say emotional agility, it's being able to name and manage your feelings with calmness and clarity. I'm a very odd person. Usually, when you meet somebody, people say, oh, hello, how are you doing? What's a regular answer? If we say, oh, hello, how are you doing? What is generally the answer? So any one of you can answer.
I'm doing great.
But are you really? That's the question. But are you really? That's why I said I'm a very odd person. Usually when somebody asks me, how are you doing? And if I'm not feeling fine, I tell them, oh, I'm not feeling fine. And then the other person gets confused. Now, how do I respond to this? Because I was never prepared for this answer. I was prepared for, oh, everything is fine. Nice, good. I love to take public transit. When I sit in public transit, and I'm an emotional person. So when I see a video or an ad, which is emotional, I start crying. And I actually start crying in the bus. I don't care who's sitting around me. That's the emotions that I am feeling. And if somebody asks me, I'll actually tell them. I'm not a superhuman. I'm a human being who has emotions and who wants to express it. There's no need to be a superhuman. For people who believe in God, he already is a superhuman. And for people who do not believe in God, I'm very sure you believe in something, whether it's science, it's biology, whatever you believe in, that is superpower. We don't need additional superpowers. We simply need humans. So let's just be humans, because this whole process of trying to being a superhuman is what makes you go off balance. Right? So that emotional agility. Next is your cognitive flexibility, which is seeing multiple perspectives or adapting to unexpected changes. You know, there's one experiment I usually do with people. Okay, perfect. Can everybody see this?
Yes.
What? Yes, perfect. What do you see? A notebook?
Notebook.
You see a notebook? You're lying. There's no notebook.
It is written on that.
No, I can't see. There's nothing there. All that I can see is studio.
Yes. Okay.
You're saying notebook, I can see a studio. So you're lying. Now, let's turn it. Now, can you see the studio?
Yes.
And now I can see the notebook. So sometimes this is what is cognitive flexibility. You need to have you need to think with different perspective. Not every time what you see is the only truth. Right? So when I hold this and you see notebook, you are saying it. You are right. It is a notebook. But am I lying? No, because I can't see the notebook. I can only see the studio. So if we both have to see each other's perspective, either we'll have to switch places or we'll have to turn this. But if you are burnt out, do you really think you have the capacity to think so much? No, you do that so many times with your kids at home. You walk in, they do something, and because you had a bad day or you had a difficult day, you are tired, you see what you want to see at that point of time. And the child tries to tell you a different thing, but it's like, nope, nope, no, this is how it is. No, it's not. It's just that you are too tired to look at a different perspective. So that resilience is having that cognitive flexibility. And the third and most important thing, and this is very important, I'm singling out men in this because women usually do this, men don't, is ask for help. It's very difficult for men to ask for help. So knowing when to ask for help and having someone to talk to when the day feels overwhelming. There's a study, you can go up, like you can go and Google it. The rate of women having heart attack versus the rate of men having heart attack is very different. I'm not talking of symptomatology. I'm talking of actually having heart attacks. Men have more heart attacks compared to women. And one of the psychosocial or psychodynamic theory behind that is because women will talk it out. They'll either cry out, they'll fight it out, or they'll talk it out. Whereas men will keep it within themselves. They would not, because unfortunately, they've been taught that men are resilient, they are tougher. And trust me, it's not just in India. It is globally. I've stayed in UK, I'm living in Canada. It's the same story. It doesn't change. Right? So social connection. If you want to have resilience, you need to have that social connection. You need to have your own support system. So knowing when to ask for help and having someone to talk to. Now, all these three things, the emotional agility, cognitive flexibility, and social connection. You know what? These aren't personality traits. So people are not born with them. These are actually skills that each one of us can cultivate. It's a set of learnable, repeatable behavior. It's a simple behavior. So yes, you can learn it and you can practice it. Is it going to be easy at whatever age we are now? Nope, it is not. But is it possible? Yes, it is. Right? So then the next question comes is how do we build it strategically? So that brings me to the 5 key anchors that support a resilient, balanced work life. So first is prioritize with purpose. Right? So when I say prioritize with purpose, what is it? One, time is infinite and energy is even more so. So every week, when you start your week, just ask yourself, what actually matters this week? Or instead of saying yes to everything, ask what are the 2 or 3 most important outcomes this week? Now, many of you might say, oh, it's easy for you to sit there and tell us this. It's not that easy to do, right? No, it is. I'll tell you why and how it is. You know, usually right now, if you are in an office meeting and your phone rings, it's a call from your house. Will you pick it up? No, you disconnect it, right? The person again calls back. You again disconnect it. Very few of you would actually excuse themselves, go out and maybe call back. But most of you will not. The phone rings the 3rd time. You pick it up. Yenaiti? Meeting dagidin. Idu. Tak. You don't even listen to what the other person was saying. The person called thrice. Now let's reverse this situation. You are at home playing with your kid, right? And the phone rings. Let's say it's from your office. What do? You tell the child, play, and you'll pick up the call. So what are you prioritizing? You're prioritizing work over your kid. Who's supposed to do that boundary? If you are not picking up your family's call when you are at work, why are you picking up work call when you are playing with your kid? And then the fantastic thing that we do, all as parents, because I don't give that time to my kid, I will go out and buy the most expensive things that I can as per my budget. So you're compensating for your time with things. You don't do that at work. Why at home? Ask that question to yourself. And that's why I said, you need to prioritize. So this prioritization has to happen at both the places, at work and at home. If you tell me, no, you can't do it, I'll tell you, I'm a physician. So I do prioritize. I have to prioritize which patients, what am I going to do this week? Because if I don't do that, it will be all over the places and I won't be able to see any patient properly. So I usually keep a little time for urgent cases, but rest of the time it's all fixed. It takes time and it takes practice to do that. Because again, we want to do everything. We don't want to let other people down. So we do not prioritize. So prioritization, unless you don't prioritize, it's not going to happen, right? So there are tools like Eisenhower matrix or just a not to-do list. You've always heard about a to-do list, right? Like do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. How about you create a not to-do list? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Instead, I'll do these 1, 2, 3 things. Right? Why not do that? Or you could use a simple post-it on the desk that says, what can I let go of today? What is it that I am okay with letting go of? And that should help you stay aligned. Again, I will repeat it every single time. It's not easy to start with. but it is not impossible. Right? So the next is protect your recovery time. Even in packed schedules, short breaks matter. Remember, breaks are not luxury. They are your brain fuel. All of you use mobiles. Every one of us has a mobile. When the battery starts going down, it's come down to 10% or 15%. Do you watch videos on it, play games on it? No. What do? You turn off the Bluetooth, you turn off the internet, and then you desperately start looking for a charger. But you turn off everything, right? Why? To conserve it. It's exactly the same. For your brain, that break is the charge. If you don't take breaks, you are not going to hold on to any information. It's quite interesting. When we do psychometric testings, for a lot of times, we ask parents to bring in the child first thing in the morning. Like, let the child get up, have their breakfast, and bring them in. For a simple reason is that they are very fresh at that point of time. If you bring them in the afternoon, not that you cannot do the test, it's just that then they're tired. Right? So their responses sometimes change, not always, but that does happen. Right? So science also shows that we best function in 90-minute focus cycles, followed by 10 to 15 minutes of rest. Now, when I say rest, for some people, it could be getting up and walking around. For others, it could be just, leaning back on the chair and closing their eyes. For some, it could be getting up from their desk, going to somebody else's desk, and maybe chatting for 5 minutes. But all these breaks matter a lot. People think that that's waste of time. No, that's not a waste of time. Because if you don't take that break, then you won't be able to function for the next 45 minutes at least. So technically, you were trying to save that 10 minutes, but you wasted 45 minutes. Rather, you would have taken that break. How to take breaks? In my office, we have a simple logic. We all have white space in our calendar. So we take purposeful breaks. So we log in breaks in our calendar. You see one patient for an hour, 15 minutes for paperwork, and then 10 minutes white space, doing nothing. You could be just sitting on your chair, but you are not doing anything. So yes, putting in that white space in your calendar and taking a deep breath, important. We all sit in chairs and we take shallow breaths. We don't take deep breaths. So that is important. You guys have a big, huge campus. Even going from one classroom to other classroom is a good break. But then while doing that, don't be on the phone. It doesn't help, right? So remember, rest is not a reward. It's essential. We assume it to be reward. No, it's a requirement. So remember this, rest is not a reward, it is a requirement for clarity, memory, and emotional regulation. Most of the time when somebody is angry, we tell them, go out, take a walk, come back. Right? Why? Because it brings you down, it calms you down. You don't shake a soda bottle and open it. You let it settle and then open it. So, because if you don't take breaks, let's say you love what you do. Without rest and recovery, passion turns into pressure. You get tired. You love it, but you get tired. So that's why breaks are important. Simple things, not huge things. The third most important things, which each one of us, I can write it and give it, each one of us lacks, is boundaries with empathy. We are terrible at setting boundaries. You can be compassionate and have boundaries, but we don't do that. We are too overcritical of our own self. I'm not even talking being critical of somebody else. No. You are quite empathetic to somebody else. You are compassionate towards somebody else. You are not that towards yourself. So setting boundaries with empathy. Somebody would say, but boundaries are barriers. No, boundaries are not barriers. They are bridges for a sustainable service. For instance, somebody walks in and says, hey, what are you doing? I'm working on this project. Can you help me? You will look at it and then you will think in your head, oh, if I say no to this person will feel bad. What will they think of me? Two things simultaneously going on and they need help. Right? So what do? We say, okay, yes. Now, what did you do? You kicked off three things. You did not. So one, the priority is gone for a toss because you prioritize something else. Second, there's no rest now because you still have your work to finish. So you're taking on to this, plus you have to do that. And there's no boundary. Instead, what you can do is, you know what, I would love to help you, but today my target is this. I'll finish this and I will help you tomorrow. So you're not saying no, but you are also at the same time saying, this is where I draw the line. Or I'm fully booked today. I can review this tomorrow. You would say how a teacher is going to do that. When I was at Oxford, our teachers had a very simple and clear rule. My working hours are 9 to 5. Right? You have any academic question, I am more than happy to answer it 9 to 5. If it's not, then I'll look at it tomorrow. Send me an email. I'll look at it tomorrow. And they had defined what is urgent. So we were given a definition of, what does urgent constitute in an academic life. So now sometimes I do that in my professional life. If I'm going out, if I'm having my quiet time, I usually tell people, unless it's urgent, do not call me. I will not respond. And what according to me urgent is, if the house is on fire, if you are dying, if somebody else is dying. These are the only 3 urgent things. Rest, everything else can wait. Because as a psychiatrist and as a counselor, I need my time to debrief. If I'm listening to patients the entire day, I really need that time to relax and get those things out. Unfortunately, because of privacy and confidentiality, I cannot discuss it with anybody. So I am left with myself to deal with it. And I need that quiet time. So when I take that quiet time, it's a very simple rule. Is the house on fire? Is somebody else on fire? Is somebody dying? Are you dying? No, then it's not an emergency. It can wait. I'll come back to it. That was the same that this is something that I learned from my teachers in Oxford, that, hey, unless it's urgent, I will respond tomorrow. Because then we are letting the student know that it's okay to invade my personal space. And we are teaching the student also, it's okay if somebody invades your personal space. So the soft boundaries help you serve better. They are no less. There's no harm in saying no. So it's important to have a no muscle. We all have a yes muscle. We lack the no muscle. So the no muscle is quite important. The fourth thing out of the 5 is building resilience network. So when we say building resilience network, none of us can do it all alone. By default, human being is a social animal. So we need support. We need people around us, right? So you need your trusted people. It could be your staff room buddies, people who travel with bus. It could be your bus group. It could be your train group. It could be your rickshaw group, any group, right? But you need your trusted circle who will listen, who will cheer you, when needed, will kick you and keep you grounded. And if you don't have one, you can make one. So in a group, what do we need? We actually need an anchor, somebody who grounds you. When you go all haywire saying, oh, I'm doing everything wrong, or I'm doing everything right, in either of the cases, you need somebody who will anchor you, who will tell you, hey, you need to be grounded. You need somebody who's a mirror, who reflects honestly, not to please you, but to genuinely tell you that, hey, this is not acceptable, or this is acceptable. You should be drawing a line here. And then you need a booster, somebody who motivates you, right? So if you don't have these people, try and see who are there. You definitely have these people. It's just that you have not identified them. So identify, and that's your group, right? So that is how you build your resilience network. It could be at work, it could be at home, it doesn't matter, right? And the fifth thing is reconnect with meaning. When I say reconnect with meaning, usually the opposite of burnout is not rest, it's reconnection. So when we say reconnection, it is what is it that is important for me, right? Now, as teachers, teaching is a service. And interestingly, many of your students would be first generation learners. Not everybody comes from a family who has high academics. There are a lot of them whose parents have never seen what a school looks like. They've never been a part of the school. They are coming to college for the first time, right? So many of them are first generation learners. So technically, you need to pause to recognize how your teachings transform life. It brings clarity, energy, and pride. This is something that I keep telling my teacher always. So I still am in contact with all my teachers from school. So I call them on Teachers' Day, wish them, and I always tell them, who is the longest living person on earth? It's actually a teacher. You would say, how? A teacher is alive till the time the last student they taught is alive. So a teacher actually has the longest life, because till the time the last student that you taught is alive, that student will remember you. So you're alive in that student's memory, and they will tell about you to others. So a teacher has the longest life. Nobody else has a longest life. So recognize that the career that you are in is a rewarding career. Not necessarily every time all the students are going to come and say this to you. That's the sad part of it, that not every time all teachers get to hear this. But every single time there's a discussion about something, it's by default, if there is a get together, it's impossible that the teacher's name won't come. It will come. So that's why I say that teachers have the longest life. So understand and reconnect with the meaning or the purpose, what you are doing. And that's why we say what we do is important, but why we do it matters more. So that's reconnect with meaning. Now, the interesting part, you will say, oh, you're telling us to do everything, but we can't do all of these things. I get it. Because if you have to do these 5 things, you need the support of the institution, right? So It's not an individual effort. And only you cannot do it. So you need the support of the institution actively. That means that the institution also rewards collaboration, not just competition. It recognizes emotional labor and mentorship as part of faculty contributions, offers flexibility when dealing with health, caregiving, or burnout. And burnout is very, very, very real. Right? So if that is happening, that, you know how now we all give concessions to children with ADHD, children with learning disability, different types of intellectual disabilities, right? We do give concessions to them, but we don't give concessions to teacher if they are burnt out. But that's at the institutional level, that flexibility has to be offered even to a teacher, encouraging a culture where mental health is not a taboo. If somebody comes up and says, I'm not feeling well, that has to be acknowledged. And there actually have to be policies around it. Making it okay to ask for help, to pause and to breathe. Not making asking help to be a sign of weakness. It actually takes a lot more strength to ask for help, because you have to set your ego aside and then go and ask for it. So it actually takes a lot more strength to do that. And creating a space for shared reflection and rest, not just more tasks and targets. So it shouldn't be like, oh, you can use AI. But why do you need to use AI? So that you can become more efficient and do more work. No. If you're asking me to use AI, I would rather want to use it so that I can finish the work and rest or take that break that is needed. If you are going to provide me with all the technology so that I can do 2 days work in 1 day, then you're not being accommodative. So yes, that space has to be created. So what is like at my workplace, we have a bi-weekly meeting with all our employees, and it's called a no agenda staff meeting. There's no agenda to the meeting. You come in, you sit, you simply appreciate. So we call it temperature check. How do you feel? Where are you feeling yourself to be? So what do we do in that meeting? We appreciate efforts, we share our challenges, we sit, laugh, chit chat. There's no agenda to it. There's absolutely no agenda. Anybody who wants to share something, they can share. Somebody who wants to say, hey, I'm dealing with this case and I need help. I don't know, I'm stuck over here. Fine, let's brainstorm on it. Or somebody says, I want to go hiking. I've never been. Or I want to go camping. I've never been. So what all things do I need to take? Oh, then we'll sit and make a list for that person. So there's absolutely no agenda to it. But it's that first, we call them our mole minutes. So there's nothing to it. Yet it's everything, because that's how then you start connecting. How will you connect to people? We don't connect with people at a professional level. We actually connect to people at a personal level. We always connect. For instance, you might see somebody walking every day and you don't know who that is. But one fine day, somebody comes in and says, oh my God, my kid, he's giving me so much of an headache. And if your kid is also giving you headache, you instantly connect. So that connection is always at a personal level. It is never at a professional level. Right? So unless you create those spaces for people to connect, they will not connect. And if they don't connect, they won't understand. If they don't understand, then the politics starts. Because I don't know you, I don't know what your circumstances are, I am assuming what I feel is right, and then I want to either pull you down or push you. So yes, there are small things that need to be done even at organizational level. and that will help. So work-life balance is not just an individual responsibility. It is also an organization responsibility. It's two ways. I am ready to take a break. I need that break. But if my institution doesn't give me a break, what am I going to do? So that's some things that we need to think about. So at both the levels. So as we begin this faculty development program, let's give ourselves permission to pause, to reflect, to reconnect, not just with others, but with ourselves. So I invite you to treat this not as an obligation on your calendar. This is not one more checkbox. Tick, session, arranged the session, tick. Attended the session, tick, done. No, if you're going to treat it like done, then it's not going to help you. There's no point. Then might as well you would have not attended it. You would have done something else, right? So don't treat it as an obligation. Rather, look at it as a gift for yourself. Let this be a time to fill your cup because only a full cup can overflow, right? So before I close, I'll ask a simple thing to you. Let's say right now I'm online, but let's say I was in front of you face to face and I said, hey, can you lend me 1,00,000 rupees? I'll return you immediately. As soon as you put it on my hand, I'll give it back to you. But the condition is you can't leave the room. You cannot do an online transfer, right? You cannot call and ask somebody to give it to you. You have to give that to me now. And I won't even leave the room. I won't even move. I'll return it back to you instantly. Can you give me? Like now, can you give it to me? Why? I'll really return it to you. I swear. I won't take it. I won't run away. Can you give it? Why can't you give it? Why is it so difficult?
I don't
to
have
give?
money to give you.
Exactly my point. You can't give something that you don't have yourself. For you to give that to me, you need to have it. Right? So, if you don't trust yourself, if you don't love yourself, if you don't respect yourself, if you don't respect your time, how do you expect me to do that? You can't give something to me that you don't have for yourself. So for you to give something, you first need to have it. So for you to respect me, you need to first learn to respect yourself. For you to love me, you need to first learn to love yourself. So self-love is not being selfish. There's a difference, right? The other thing I always tell is, we all know solar system. Hey, somebody needs to tell me when it's my time. Otherwise, I keep talking.
पूछ लेती हूँ मैं, अब जाकर फिर बात करती हूँ सर. दूसरे कॉलेजेस पूरे सब प्लान करते हैं.
So I don't know what time till I am talking. So somebody needs to tell me 10:30. I keep talking. Once I keep talking a lot. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes,
It's
I need to
nice to
finish.
hear you keep. It's nice to keep listening to you.
No, I know, and I love to talk, but we need to stick to a time, boundaries. If I'm telling you to draw a boundary, I also need to draw a boundary. So yes,
Good one, ma'am.
coming back. So we need to do things for ourselves. Only then we'll be able to teach it to somebody else. Right? If you want your kid to be independent, if you want them to learn to say no, you will have to learn to say no first. Right? So now I'll come to the closing then. Let me close by saying this. The opposite of burnout is not rest, it's purpose. The opposite of overload is not escape, it's alignment. Resilient is a not fixed trait. It's a rhythm, a practice of returning again and again to what truly matters. Remember, as teachers, you are not just teaching syllabus. You are nurturing minds, you are shaping futures, and you deserve to thrive, not just survive. So let's move away from the myth of doing it all to a model where success includes sustainability, where boundaries are respected, well being is protected, and meaning is preserved. Right? So remember, you cannot pour from an empty cup. But when you care for yourself strategically, you show up more fully for your students, your institution, and your own life. Thank you once again for this opportunity. Wishing you all a meaningful and energizing session ahead. Just to tell you, if somebody still has a doubt about they being a teacher, I have a small confession of my own to make. So I am a person who has learning disability. So I have LD, I have dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, dyspraxia, all the four. I have ADHD and I have traits of autism. With all of this, when I tell people my academic achievements, they tell me that that's impossible, you're lying. And I tell them, you know what? I would have been, but there was this one teacher of mine in my grade 5 who believed in me. Who, even then, she didn't understand what LD was, what ADHD was, or what all these neurodivergent things were. All that she understood was that I don't understand the same way all the other kids understand, and I don't respond the same way all the other kids do. So she just told me, Smita, you know what? Forget everything. Just tell me or write on the paper, what have you understood from this? And that's how she built in confidence. So I was made a monitor because I was the quietest kid in the class, because I had no self-confidence and esteem, as I couldn't do as well as all the other kids in school. So what that one teacher did was she made me a monitor, and then she believed in me that, fair, this kid doesn't understand the way all other kids understand, but there's some way that she understands. So let me look at the things the way she understands it. And that made a whole lot of difference in my life. And that's how I started believing myself. So it's actually a teacher because of whom whatever I am today, I am. And hence, I always say that a teacher lives the longest. Right? So many a times teachers really don't realize, they think that students don't remember them. That's not the case. We never forget you. You do not know the impacts that you make. You might think it's irrelevant, but it's not. It's very, very, very relevant. Just remember, that's why remember your purpose. And that will help you move, and that will make you resilient. How to make, now I can go back to questions if we have time. Okay, where were we?
You can address those questions, ma'am. We have 15
Okay,
minutes
then,
time.
yeah, that's why I'm like, let me see. Somebody's posted something in Kannada. I can speak Kannada, but if I start speaking Kannada, you all will say, God, no, speak in English. I can't read and write in Kannada. See, I'm from North Karnataka. So my Kannada is mixed with Marathi. But I can't, somebody will have to translate that to me. Oh, gold jewelry, no. I need cash. I'll return you the cash. Okay, so the question is, as a teacher, how do we control our emotions in the classroom when we come across a student who has some problems? First thing, the student has a problem, right? You'll have to separate the problem from the student. If you do not separate the problem from the student, anytime you see that student anywhere doing anything, you are going to label the student. He is or she is like that. So that separation is very important of this is the act that the student is doing. Also, sometimes it's important to turn around and see why are they behaving that way. Of course, you're not paid for that. That's an extracurricular thing that you would be taking up for the benefit of that student, right? But nobody wants to be a bully. The reason they become a bully is because they are being bullied at home, right? So where will I get that anger out? It's like your boss gets angry at you. You come home and get angry at the wife gets angry at the kid, and the kid gets angry and kicks the dog. So it's coming from somewhere, right? So identifying the problem is important. Sometimes kids get frustrated. I'll tell you my story only. Because of my ADHD, no matter how much I studied, I never scored good marks. Everybody else would put half the efforts and score. I would put double the efforts, I still wouldn't score, and then I would keep blaming myself, not even realizing that it was a neurological disorder that was causing it, right? So yes, if you identify that a kid has a problem, good, you've identified it as a problem. Now the question is what the problem is, and can you separate the kid and the problem? Like, not look to the kid as a problem. You are a problem. No, you have a problem. So doing that is the first thing. And then you'll actually need a lot more training in understanding what, when, where, or at least then refer the kid either to a counselor or a psychologist. I don't know what resources you have available. How can you make your students emotionally strong? Resilience is the most. Discipline. The one key to it is discipline. If they do not understand consequences, they are never going to be strong. And making them understand consequences doesn't mean they have to be beaten up. It only means you have to be firm. Right? So if they do not understand that action have consequences, they are never going to be emotionally strong. So action, consequences, that's the only way. You do this, you get this. You don't do this, you won't get this. And I'm not talking of things, not transactions, like simple things. I want to go for a party, but I have an exam tomorrow. You want to go? Fine, go. Let them go. Let them fall in the pit once. This is a pit that you can control. Once they fall in it, they learn from it. Some people are kinesthetic learners. They don't learn unless they actually do it. So small things, let them fail. Failure makes you strong because then it teaches you different ways. Failure is not your enemy. My father has been telling me this. Failure is the first step to success because then you know what not to do. You might still not know what to do, but you'll definitely know what not to do. So yes, let them fail at small things. Is it easy to say, to learn? No, but difficult to implement. Yes and no. Example, you have a daughter and I'm talking this, somebody might think I'm too biased, but it's the most easiest example for me to give. You know, if somebody teases you, you might let go of that person. But if somebody teases your daughter, would you let go of? You won't, right? Then you will stand and you'll fight. You'll say no, you'll tear off the person. You'll make that person regret. Right? So you do that for your kid. So no comes easily over there. But when it comes to you, no doesn't come easily. Because according to you, you are not precious. You are not important. Right? So does it come? If you start loving yourself, you start respecting yourself, no will come easily. Oh, this is for the organizers. As a teacher, how do we control our emotions in the classroom when we, oh, I think yes, I think I told this. Oh, where am I? Which question am I? If
Good
we
morning,
grow in
ma'am.
profession, others get jealous usually. How could you manage the issue? Why is the other person getting jealous? Understand the reason behind it. It's quite interesting when people get jealous. It's because they can't have what you have and they really want what you have. Right? They've strived to have it, but they were not able to have it. And hence the jealousy comes in. They are not jealous of you. They are angry at themselves because they couldn't achieve it. But I cannot get angry at me, because if I get angry at me, then I'm accepting that I have a flaw and I don't like to accept that. So I'll put it on you. You have a problem. Right? So if you learn to understand that, hey, it's not mine. If I give you something and you don't take it, who does it belong to? Me, because you haven't taken it. So just do that. Emotional maturity and emotional intelligence are two different things. So if I have to give you an example of emotional intelligence and emotional maturity, somebody is jealous of me. Understanding that is emotional intelligence, right? In spite of that, helping them is emotional maturity. In spite of knowing the fact that they are jealous of me, and when they ask for help, I'll still go ahead and help them. That is emotional maturity. No, both concepts are not similar. They are very different things.
Good morning,
You could
ma'am.
be intelligent, but not mature. And somebody could be mature, but still might not have the same level of intelligence. Right?
Good morning.
Dogs are very emotionally mature. They are not emotionally intelligent, probably to that extent, but mature, yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Oh,
Ma'am,
yes. Are we done with the time?
can I ask one question, ma'am?
Yes.
Good morning. It's a very nice session. Early morning, we are getting so many inputs. Very happy to attend this. I have a question, ma'am. Can you just throw light on this psychometric test? Is it legal in India? And
Yes.
which kind of students we can recommend psychometric test? And can you just throw light on psychometric, how it is useful or beneficial to?
Okay.
Under what circumstances?
Psychometric tests are very much legal. The only thing is a counselor cannot conduct psychometric test. A psychologist can conduct psychometric tests. Psychometric tests are done for different reasons at different age group, right? So if you have to, so it could be done for diagnosing disorders, or it could be done for understanding personality, aptitude, intelligence, career choices. It depends what age group it is being done and for what purpose it is being done. So usually in schools, in grade 8, 9, and 10, psychometric tests are done to understand the intelligence and aptitude of the child, so that that child can be they can be nudged in a direction while choosing a career. So that's used over there. Usually in younger age groups, psychometric tests are done to understand if there is any psychological disorder, like neurological disorder in terms of ADHD, autism, right? So for that, also, there are some kids who are gifted. So we do their IQ testing to understand where their IQ stands, to see if they're average, above average, or gifted. right? So psychometric tests are very much legal. The only thing is it has to be done by the right professional. And with the psychometric test, a proper detailed report has to be given and it has to be explained because it is backed up by statistics. So that explanation needs to be done, right? Okay, I think I'm going over time. Can somebody send me the questions that are in the chat box? I will respond to them. I just don't want to eat up the time of the next speaker. Okay, I have this one question that I need to answer. You know what? I think I'll stop here, but I'll copy the questions and I'll send you the response. Does that work?
Ma'am, you can answer a few more questions. We are left with another 5 minutes.
Okay. As I said, I have to be mindful of not eating up time of the other speaker.
Ma'am, we'll
Can
read
I
out the
explain
question.
how?
Since it's echoing,
Yeah.
we will our colleague will help you to read the question. If I read
Yeah.
out, it'll echo over here. So she's going to go
Okay.
outside and
Okay.
help you read.
Okay. So I think I was for a question by Ajit. Thank you for the wonderful session. Can you please explain how cultivation of interest in classical arts will help to build resilience? So classical art actually helps you have discipline. Your voice is echoing. I can't hear you.
Here is one question.
I think there are just 3 questions remaining. So I'll just first answer the classical art one, and then I'll come to the next 2. And then I think all the questions are done. Yeah. So how does classical arts help build resilience? For any person to learn any classical art form, or any art form for that matter, you need a lot of discipline. Without discipline, you cannot learn anything, especially classical art form. There has to be a lot of discipline. So that discipline automatically brings in practice. The practice brings in resilience because I'm learning Bharatnatyam now. So I'm 44 and I've started learning it now. So every time you have to do a mudra or a adavu, it has to be right. Right? If it's not right, the teacher points it out. And even if the teacher doesn't point it out, the problem is when you look yourself in the mirror performing, you realize it doesn't look good. It doesn't look graceful. So nobody else has to point it out. I myself can see it. Then I come back to correct it. And the only way that I can correct it and do it properly is if I keep practicing. So it's an internal motivation. So usually any art form is an internal motivation. And it automatically builds in discipline, it builds in resilience. It builds in practice, it builds in stamina. A lot of things all together. Some students don't listen to the words of a teacher. How to handle them? As a teacher, should we ignore them? If you ignore them, you are teaching them it's okay to do whatever they feel is right. So ignoring is not the point. At the same time, punishing is also not the point. It's being firm. There's a difference between being firm and punishing. You have to set clear rules and boundaries. You do this, you get this. You don't do this, you don't get this. It's not a give and take. Right? If you need to sit in the class, there is a decorum of the class. Right? Do you wear a sari and go and swim in the beach? No. Right? You wear either shorts or you wear a swimsuit to go into the beach. It's the same way. When you come to the class, there is a decorum of the class. And those rules have to be quite firm. You have to be firm first. If you are not firm, the kids are going to take you for a ride. So that firmness is something that will help you handle. Also, why are they not listening? See, I'm a psychologist, so I'll always come back to the why. Why is it happening? What is happening? Why are they doing it? There's a reason behind it. And am I able to decipher that reason? If I'm able to decipher the reason, then I'll be able to do it. If I can't decipher the reason, then I'm clueless, they are clueless. Then it's two blind people trying to figure out the elephant. So it always comes back to why or what will happen. Either or, whatever applies. Okay, there's this one last question and then I think I can stop. I have seen a mother stop speaking with a child or a teacher stops speaking with a student, a kind of ignorance and impact on emotions of the child student. How as a mother teacher can handle this? So when you say, why is the mother or the teacher stopping to talk to the child? Like why do either as a mother or a teacher, you think you should not be talking to the child? You need to first figure that out. If we do not know, does it make, if somebody not talking, does it make an impact? Of course, yes, it makes a huge impact. You're making that person feel neglected, rejected, not wanted. Right? So if I'm not wanted, what am I even doing here? What's the point of me being here? I shouldn't be here. Or the other extreme of it is you're ignoring me. I'll make sure that you start paying attention to me. Then what I'll start teasing everybody in the class. I'll start breaking things. I'll start throwing tantrums because I want that attention. So it'll lead either to this end or to that end. So it'll either lead to the kid completely shutting down and going into the shell, or the kid going rogue, bullying others, throwing things, breaking things, creating an issue at every small place and every small thing. Why? Because I need that attention. You've stopped talking to me. It means you are neglecting me. Then trust becomes an issue. And then that transfers into their relationships. So when they get into a relationship, they become suspicious, they become jealous, they want to control their partner. So it grows. I hope I'm able to answer your questions. Somebody's asked that the kids are pursuing higher education and two of them have ended their lives. The reason that kids end their life is because they think that I'm not worth it. And the reason they think I'm not worth it because their small achievements are never acknowledged. It's like, there are some people, I scored 99 out of 100. I was never praised for that 99, but I was asked a question, where did that 1 mark go? If that's happening, then how do you want me to have confidence in me? The rest of the class is at 55 and yet everybody is happy. I am at 99 and yet I'm being questioned for that 1 mark. Right? So what's the purpose of me living? You tell me. Like, look at it from the kid's perspective. What's the whole point of me living? If you don't even acknowledge the 99 marks that I have, you rather, the first thing you say is, where's that 1 mark? So it's the pressure. It's the pressure to prove themselves. It's the pressure to, there are different circumstances, right? It could be the parents, it could be the teachers, it could be the institution. There's a lot. I have had a kid who had ADHD and the school refused to give them the concessions because they said, if we accept that this kid has ADHD, then the reputation of our school is at stake. We had to move that kid out of that school and put the child in NIOS because the school cared more about the reputation. And this is a very famous school in Mumbai. All that they worried was about their reputation. Right? So how do you instill confidence? You tell them that, that's okay. If you fail, that's fine. You really think, and this is something I tell people who believe in God, you really think that God is perfect? If God was so perfect, why would there be abortions? Why would there be kids with cancer? Why would there be people with different disabilities? God is all knowing, all giving, right? So then God has to make everybody perfect. Why are we all not perfect? That goes into a different discussion, but yes. Oh, why do kids commit suicide for love failure? Yes, because that's the on hip thing. I had a kid in grade 2 who was in depression because they did not have a girlfriend. Grade 2. I need a girlfriend. What do you do with a girlfriend? I don't know. Everybody has a girlfriend. The TV culture. क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी. Ekta Kapoor and her stories, which come in Hindi, then get translated in Tamil, Kannada, all the languages. The mothers sit and see it. The kid unknowingly sees it. Next day they come to school and they discuss the story. I've seen that happening. I was a school counselor. Grade 1 and grade 2 kids come to school the next day and they're like, you know what happened yesterday? This person did this. And that's where they start learning infidelity. Because that's what is shown in the serials. So it doesn't start at an older age. It starts at a very young age. What cartoons are your kids watching? Shin-chan. You have to be very careful what the kid is watching. Shin-chan. Ogi the cockroach who lives on a toilet. What hygiene lessons are you teaching? Right? What is that? Oh God. There's another where he has this friend who helps him. Nobita.
Doraemon.
Oh, Doraemon. Nobita. So, Nobita will, Doraemon will do everything. Nobita doesn't have to do. You are directly teaching them laziness because there's somebody else who will come and help you. We don't give thought in it. But that's where kids pick up. And okay, understand one thing. How strong a building is going to be is not decided by how many floors are on top. It is decided by what is the foundation. So the foundation has to be right. You can always correct a building if the foundation is strong. But if the foundation is weak, you cannot do anything to the building. Someday it's going to collapse. So that foundation is important. Okay, I think I should stop now. I have gone overboard. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to email you. I think Dr. Shobha has my email ID, right? Yeah. So if people have questions, they want to talk anything else, I'm more than happy if you share my email ID and they can either send you the questions, you can send them to me, or they can write to me and I'll answer. Either of things, whatever works. Okay. Thank you so much for listening and thank you so much for inviting me. Right. And I'm really sorry if I've gone overboard. I tried not to, but then if there are questions, it's difficult for me not to answer them. Although I don't think I have answered all of them fully because they need a lot more in detail explanation. That's why I said, if you could just send me the questions, I'll write back the answers. Right. Thank you. And I think I am going to sign out because it's 10:30 at my end. And I have job
Thank
to
you,
go to
Dr. Smita,
tomorrow.
for that truly insightful and inspiring and noble address. Your words resonate deeply with the core objective of our program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We request all the participants to turn on the video so that it's for a... Smita ma'am, can you please stay on for a few seconds?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, please turn on the camera, all the participants. It's for a group photo.
Smile, please.
It's for a screenshot.
Okay.
All the participants turn on the camera for a few seconds.
So when you say smile, I'll smile because it's difficult for me to smile. I laugh. What are we doing?
Thank you all participants. You can now turn off your cameras. Following that enriching start, we are now ready for a keynote address. I request Dr. Shobha NS to introduce our resource person, Dr. May I request Dr. Jailakshma Malan to introduce and welcome our resource person, Dr. Sunita.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Joining us from various locations. This International Faculty Development Program. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome and introduce Sunita Y. Patil, Madam. Dr. Sunita Y. Patil, MD, DCP, PGD, HPE. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Joining us from various locations to this International Faculty Development Program. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce and welcome Dr. Sunita Y. Patil. Sunita Y. Patil, Madam, has done MD, DCP, PGD, HPE, ACME, PhD, FRI in 2011, MSc Psychology, Fellowship in Psychology, NHCA Singapore, Professor of Pathology, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Nodal Officer, AU, Kahar AADC, Director, UDE, HP University Department of Education of Health Professionals, KLA Academy of Higher Education and Research, Belagavi, Karnataka. Her professional contributions are former member, Reconciliation Board of Medical Council of India, MCI, now National Medical Commission, core member in curricular reforms, especially in designing the CBME undergraduate medical curriculum implemented in 2019, and contributed to the competency book published by MCI for the implementation of new CBME curriculum, invited by NCI SM, National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, as an expert to develop a structure and plan for the implementation of faculty development programs across the country for ASUS, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and Sova Rigpa faculty across the country. And Madam is having some other contributions to her credit. She contributed 4 chapters in the textbook on medical education and medical humanities, EPA Navigator, and gamification and digital tools in MED Edu respectively, and National Faculty for Basic and Advanced Course in Medical Education by National Medical Commission, resource person for over 250 state, national and international educational programs on pathology and medical education. And she has 38 publications to her credit, along with research paper presentations and best paper awards at various forums. Madam, on behalf of Government Ramnarayan Challaram College, on behalf of everyone in this program, we welcome you, Madam. Over to Sunita Y. Patel, Madam.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
At the outset, I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Shobha and the entire management of Government Challaram College.
1 second, we can't hear you. One second.
Okay. Hello, am I audible now? Okay. So, very good morning, everyone. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the entire organizing team of Government Ramnarayan Chellam College of Commerce and Management. In addition, I would also like to thank immensely for this opportunity to Dr. Shobha, Dr. Azaz Ahmad Khan, Dr. Sri Lakshmi, Dr. Harish, Dr. Jay Lakshmamma, Dr. Tasleen, and the entire team of GRC College of Commerce and Management for this opportunity to interact with all of you. This is something very close to my heart of late. This is the fourth workshop I'm conducting, or a fourth program I'm conducting on workplace management, workplace balance in the last 1 year. So, and because, it is a much needed topic. So before going to the topic, I would like to congratulate Dr. Smita Madam for a wonderful session, very practical tips. And there are a few things that are overlapping with, my suggestions also. Anyway, shall I share my screen? Okay, is my screen visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I will I carry on with my session. Yeah. I carry greetings from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research, Belagavi. That is from North Karnataka. Greetings to all of you. Yeah. So we are going on a topic, building resilient strategic approach to work-life balance. This is something that we all know that is very, very, very important in nowadays, because we keep hearing everybody, the stress, though it is a perceived stress, there's no perfect measure to feel how much one is experiencing stress other than their own perception. So we always refer it to as perceived stress. So everybody's under stress, a lot of performance pressure, a lot of things, and everybody keeps talking about no, I'm stressed out, there's no time, bahut ho raha hai, and all that. So this is required. Somewhere it is required for all of us. So in the next 45 minutes, what we are going to talk about is what is exactly work-life balance, and let us understand the factors responsible for imbalance in our work life. And let's know what are the effective strategies to develop this balanced work and personal life. And then it will also help us understand breaking certain mental barriers which add to our stress. Okay. So what we have seen is in the literature, in the paper and published, a lot of publications and in news and all, it is there. A lot of stress among everybody, burnout and stress. I'm taking one profession, I had done one survey. So that's how I know from my profession. But however, what I want to highlight is more women than men scored high on burnout scale. Right? So naturally, everywhere in all the surveys, it shows that women are under more stress. They experience more burnout than men. Then we had about last year, Mr. Narayan Murthy saying 70-hour work, and he still adhered to that. Here, at least as a person who feels balance, who care for mental health, who is concerned about the emotional wellness, I feel, at least I say sorry, Mr. Narayan Murthy, I don't agree with this. work-life balance is true, and I agree to disagree with your statement. And then came, another L&T chairman, another person saying, forget about wine, 70, it has to be 90. How long can you stare at wife? What a comment, what a statement this was. I'm sure here people who have joined here at least will not agree with this. Majority have not agreed and they will not agree with this. Work-life balance, emotional wellness, mental health is true, and it is here to be there. It is here to stay. And this is important for our future generations as well. So what is work-life balance? What do you understand? Can we have some interaction? What do you understand by work-life balance? I can't see the chat box. Can you unmute yourself and say? Okay, if I can go to chat box.
No. We were just thinking about 90-hour work, and then how long can you stare at your wife? So sir had some.
Yes, sir. Please.
Essentially, stare at me. He is so specific about it.
Yes, sir. That's what I was, it's such a public comment by such an notable person. Definitely, it draws an attention in a different ways. Yeah. Okay. So work-life balance is, I'll just go to this. It is a balance between your work and personal life. Okay. So it's about having enough time for both work and other aspects of your life, such as family, friends, hobbies, everything. But now you may ask, ma'am, we have been doing it only. No, we have been balancing. We are doing a family life. We are doing a personal life. हम लोग तो कर ही रहे हैं. What is new thing about this? Okay. So this is about having enough time for socializing everything without feeling pressurized to manage different commitments, without being stressed out. Okay, I'm managing, but under stress. No, without being stressed, how can we handle it with lesser stress? Probably I may not be, I may not be right if I say complete stressless. Thoda pressure hona chahiye, wo hota bhi hai. So some pressure is okay. So without feeling that much of stress and without feeling pressure, if you are able to manage, yes, that is work-life balance. What are the common pressing matters for an employee in any organization? It may be, especially for teachers. There's a lot of teachers in any organization. Wherever you are working, what are the common pressing matters? We all know first thing is multitasking. All of us are expected to multitask. Teaching, administration, research, everything you do. Then workload. More work, less faculty. In our department, only 3 of us are handling everything. 4 of us are handling everything. The workload is so much. Less is there. Then targets. We all have now NAC and IRF and other things and institutional reputation. You have to do research, you have to publish, you have to do so many other things. Yes. And maybe another thing is comparatively lesser salary. Each one of us feel that salary is never enough, for individual, whatever. So comparatively lesser salary for the amount of work I'm doing. We all feel that. Then unequal distribution of work. In any organization, most of us have seen that only about 20% of the people are doing 80% of the work of the institution. That is called as 80-20 rule of management. Yeah. So those 20% feel really stressed out. Only we are doing, others are not doing. There are so many. Why only I'm given so much of work, especially in an organization. And the dictum goes that the reward for good work is more work. You keep getting more work. So that one. Then lack of timely promotions. In spite of doing all that, I am eligible, I have everything, but still I have not got promotions. Other stressors are like, job insecurities and career growth. Many times there is a job insecurities. You want to shift, you want to do, you're not happy, or career growth. You want something you want to do. Maybe it's a personal life or family life that is stopping you, or you don't find an opportunities in the in the organization. Somewhere there is always a stress. I want to do, when there is an imbalance between that what I want to achieve and there is some I'm not able to achieve, that gap, the gap always causes the stress. So lack of institutional support and resources. It may be limited opportunities for professional development in any institution. Then interpersonal relations at workplace. This is another thing we need to talk separately, one separate session on this. How interpersonal relationships affect our mental health, affect our emotional wellness at workplace. And workplace politics, of course. personal and financial issues, maybe there, family related issues, health issues, mental, physical, a lot. Now, I don't know whether you really have it or not. After reading this, all this list, you may really actually, oh my God, I'm handling all this. I'm having so much. You may feel so. Yeah, but what I appreciate is we all have been handling it somehow. But only thing is, in this session, we'll see how we can reduce the stress to a maximum extent. Yes, and most of us are doing it also. Yeah, there's a balance. We need to find balance between family and work time. Like Smita madam correctly said, we take we take our work home, and then we get home to workplace. We are worried about what is happening with my child. I left alone. Left the child alone. Child is alone at home. My in-laws are not there today. Maid did not come today. There are so many stresses, especially for women. Balance between personal and work time, and home turns into office many times. Nowadays, we have the concept of work from home. I don't know how they are managing. It is very difficult for me, at least. I feel the concept itself, I have not experienced, but the concept itself is little difficult to accept that, anytime, that work is there. Or maybe it is better also, I don't know. Then stress and burnout are there. Then maybe anxiety, depression, and depression to some extent. Above all that adds to is our overthinking. ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಅನ್ಕೋತಾರೆ, what will they think, what will she think, like madam also very beautifully said, overthinking. So let's see how we can handle all this. If you are experiencing stress all the time, you come home, you are thinking about the work, you go to work, you're thinking about home, children, what is happening, or about future, or about past, someone said something, are you experiencing? Let's see how it's a time to change the narrative and see how we can reduce the stress. So what are the strategies for work-life balance, right? There are many strategies. Of course, I've taken very few that I can finish in an hour, because this is a one-day workshop. It can be done 2 days workshop. It can be done anything. But in this, I've chosen few of them. So the effective strategies for work-life balance are, one is the time management. Of course, the time management has to be there. And now you may feel again, ma'am, we are managing time. Yeah, but let's see how effectively we can manage so that we can find time for everything. Then stress management. Then we have procrastination. How can we, get out of this procrastination? We keep postponing things. Tomorrow, naale martini, kal karenge. So we'll see how we can get over with that. Then effective communication, how effective communication can reduce our stress, and how building resilience and breaking mental barriers. In this, I'll be taking few of them, and like building resilience and the circle of influence and all other things will be taken up by my friend and colleague, Dr. Jyotsna. So first thing is, we will see how time management can be done, right? So first thing here, we can say that all of us are granted 24 hours in a day, whether it is Modi ji as a prime minister who is handling, or we or anybody, we all have 24 hours in a day. So we have to handle only with that, whatever the time. Many times, even I feel, yeah, there should have been 26 hours. Yeah, 2 hours extra de dete to bahut kuch ho jata hai ek din mein, right? So it's only in that how effectively we can manage the time is enough. First thing is setting a routine. It's all about planning. Now you may say, my students also, whenever I take set a routine, they say, ma'am, to hamara routine hai hi na. Morning anyway, we get up at particular time, and then we go, we leave, we leave for this, we take a bus of whatever car. I drive this time, I reach this time, I do this. But are you all doing it calmly, or are you rushing it, hurrying it? I forget something. आज मैंने डब्बा छोड़ दिया. I forgot that. I forgot to carry my. Some people come off to work without carrying the phone. Hurry me. So all this, are you doing it? So one way is setting a routine. One example I can tell you. Setting a routine is, we all have, as I said, routine. But getting up at one particular time every day at that time. If I'm getting up, if I have calculated, my work starts like this. If I get up at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock morning, I'll be finishing my work by 8 o'clock, and I'll be able to leave like this. So are we doing it? The 10-15 minutes alarm jo snooze karta hai na, that is where our routine goes off. So 5 minutes, that 5 minutes, we don't know when that is turned into half an hour. Okay, so that then we start hurrying. That adds to stress. According to, we have just done an informal survey. I'm planning to do a proper survey and research on that. Many of us, all these days, we all wear those smart watches, which will tell us the stress time. Okay, so I just inquired what is the stress time. If you look at your entire day, at the end of the day, what is the most stress time is morning till you reach your workplace, not even the work, not even the work. The time between you leave home and reach a workplace, the traffic and other things, what you are hurrying, whether I'll reach, I will be able to punch till I punch. Many people say till I punch. I'm stressed out till I punch. The time shows the moment I punch and my stress level, my watch shows, that my stress level go down. So that is the level of stress we are having. So set a routine if you have every day, every time in that, everything happens in that particular time. So we can reduce our stress to, maximum extent. Then, of course, these everybody knows. Set specific, achievable goals, make to-do lists, paste it on the wall, keep ticking one by one. Yes, keep ticking. Madam also had a joke on keep ticking. Just not ticking is just not a thing. But what it also helps us manage multitasking when I'm doing. Most of us, what we do is we are, we prioritize work. Like Madam also said one example, we prioritize work calls, we take it. But I ignore my health. Many of us see, especially me being a doctor, I see many of the patients, they come later stage of in many things late. They don't come early because they ignore. ಈಗ ನಡೀತದೆ ನಾಳೆ ಹೋದ್ರಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆರಿಯೋದು ಕೆಲಸ ಇತ್ತು. This is what they keep. आज थोड़ा काम था मैं कल जाऊंगी करके I postponed, and they come at a very later stage of their health. They don't even bother. I mean, say bother, I cannot say they are bothered, but what happens is they don't prioritize. It's okay till the symptoms become serious. They are prioritizing work over their health. Okay, so that should not happen. So set specific goals. This I have to do. Healthcare, insurance, whatever has to be done. This has to be paid. Premium to be paid. Many of us forget, especially I've seen, I have forgotten, and then when they send get a reminder last minute, or I have paid with fine or whatever, So just keep everything, make a to-do. It works with me. If it may not, but it works with me. And somehow that to-do list, when it is too much, I feel stressed out. So as I tick, it makes it relieves my a bit of pressure. So it works for me. Then this is what Smita madam also was talking. This is Eisenhower matrix. What is this? You have to divide the task between urgent and important things. Okay. Now, if you see, there are certain tasks that are urgent and that are tasks that are important. And that are tasks, if you take a permutation combination, there are tasks which are urgent and important. There are tasks that are important but not very urgent. Then there are tasks that are urgent but may not be very important for your personal on your personal aspect, but they are urgent for an organization. And then there are certain tasks which are not urgent and not important. Now, what are these urgent tasks? For example, I've taken some, it may be anything in your organization, or some crisis, some panic, something happened, or maybe health issues, something happened in the family or anything, or pressing matters and meetings. Suddenly a principal or a vice chancellor calls for a meeting, you are involved in some project, and then suddenly that is called, and deadline driven project proposals, whatever had to be, some inspection, suddenly you have something, some plan for something, suddenly the inspectors, nowadays we have all unexpected inspection, all these deadlines and all that, they're urgent also, they're important. Then there are certain things that are important, but they're not maybe very urgent, like, relationship building, another department, some planning, preparation.
Okay, I'll see you next class.
Yeah, so implementing some systems, developing some professional knowledge, acquiring, attending some workshop, publications, research to work. Again, it depends on publication. If you have a deadline, then it becomes important and urgent also. But these things are category B, which we call it as, they are very important, but they're not immediately need to be done. Then there are urgent matters like any interruption, some calls, like some calls from boss, some office, some HOD, all this, some mails, some reports and meetings and unprepared meetings, suddenly something happens. It may not be personally important. Sometimes, what happens in many of the meetings, we go and sit there, just listening to people, nothing much of my role. But I feel it's, why am I here? Many times I feel, why am I here actually? I don't have much of a role, but then I have to be there. It was an urgent for the organization. And then we have category D where time wasters, totally, that unproductive work and everything else. Now, what are we going to do with this matrix? Once we realize and categorize the work, every day that work comes, we need to prioritize based on this. If we categorize this on prioritization, it will help us manage. Those things that are important, urgent, you do it. Not urgent, but they are important. Decide to do it, when to do it. Schedule a time for it. And suppose the things that are very urgent for the organization, not very important from your personal perspective, or it can be delegated, delegate it to others, your juniors, subordinates, or anybody. That doesn't mean dumping your work on them. But then, yeah, you can delegate it, then they're looking for an opportunity, give them an opportunity and handhold them and delegate it. And those that are D, in essence, that is D category are, where that they are neither urgent nor important, delete it or eliminate it or reduce it to a maximum extent. But if you observe your time, if you go on sitting in a day, even now all the apps also will give you how much time we have spent on these apps, like on Facebook, social media, YouTube. At the end of the week, it will give you a summary, whether you want it or you don't want it, how much this many hours you have spent in a week. So be observant, be aware of where my time is going. Okay. So most of the time goes off in this, unproductive work. Okay. Then there are things like, the same thing if you do it now, urgent and important, do it now. Which are not urgent, but they're important, schedule it. Then that are urgent for the organization. Okay, we have to do it, but that may not be very important from your perspective, then delegate it to somebody else. And then time wasters, all this, not urgent, neither important nor urgent, then you avoid it or give a least priority to any of them. Then comes the procrastinations and deadlines and how. How many of you here, feel that you procrastinate? Like, I postpone, kal karenge, we'll do it tomorrow, we'll do it later. How many of you do that? How many of you do that? Is there anybody or you don't do it? I'm seeing the chat box.
I do that.
Yes, sir. All of us do it to some extent. There are very few people who are really, yes, sab karte hain, correct, sab karte hain. We all do that. So how can we avoid? And what we do is at the end, deadline pay. We work on deadline at the last minute, we sit and we try to do it. That time probably we compromise a bit of quality also, and then it adds to our stress also. So what can we do to avoid this procrastination? Thank you for all your responses. Yes, we all do it. So there are certain techniques, that we need to be aware. Okay. So one is, it's the act of course, procrastination is the act of delaying without any particular reason, without any valid reason. We just postpone doing it later, tomorrow, day after, and otherwise. There may be it may be related to anxiety, depression, or low self-esteem, ADHD and all. But in most cases, we have other reasons. Why do I procrastinate? When I postpone, when I say, I'll do it tomorrow, kal karenge, then you ask yourself, we have to be very conscious about it. Ask yourself, why am I postponing it? Why am I doing it? What are the causes for? Why do we procrastinate? What are the causes? Why do we procrastinate? Yeah, not always, of course. We don't do it always. Yeah. There are very few people, sir, that's very nice. I appreciate that, something I want to do it today, I will do it. If I want to do it tomorrow, I will do it. That's really appreciable. Yeah, the causes are laziness. Yes. Then priority, because that's not been my priority exactly. Because I don't like to do it. It's not my priority. Yes. Anything else? Yes. Anything else? Time. Yeah, there's no time for it.
Time.
I'm
Yeah,
not taking out
time
time
for
for
it.
it.
Taking out time for it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay. So exactly as you mentioned, there are many reasons for it. In that, one is perfectionism. We'll do it tomorrow because today is not, I'm not able to do perfect. How many of you think that, I'm going to gym or going for a walk? I don't have 1 hour today. It's only half an hour today. So I'll go tomorrow because I want perfect 1 hour to do that. I'll go tomorrow. How many of you do that? Yes, I have done that before. Yes, because we look for the perfectionism for everything, perfect time. Nahi, we'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Then we have poor time management. Exactly. We don't know how to start, how to wear, we don't have self-regulation. Probably somewhere we are doing it, but just, as the time comes. Okay. So we are doing it. Laziness. Yeah. I'm not bored. I don't feel like doing. Habit. Sometimes we get habituated, which we have to be very careful about. It becomes a habit after some time. Then distractions. We have a lot of distractions. Aaj kar lung, I'll go out. Usually with students and all, it happens, aaj till bahar jayenge, party karenge, ye karenge, today I will do that. Some other distractions, movie and, relationships, they have their own things. But here for us, I think most of the distraction comes from the phone, addiction to phone. Phone addiction is a big thing now, just not social media. There are games, there are other things. And, you just take a phone for 5 minutes and then we don't know when it is 45 minutes. I have realized this when I was studying for my MSc exams. I realized I used to get bored in between. I thought I'll take a break. And during that break, I said 5 minutes, I'll see something that is nice and, for change. And then I would not realize for 35, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, okay, I'm still in that only because the scrolling goes on, scrolling. We don't realize. So we have to be somewhere very conscious. Okay, it is only for time, for this much time I'm doing. Yes, I'll have to be very careful with that. So how to overcome procrastination? How can we do this? First thing is acknowledge. First, acknowledge, yes, I'm postponing. Don't, you need to validate your feelings about it. Sometimes, we just ignore it saying that, no, I'm not procrastinating because we don't want to take the blame. I'm not procrastinating because I don't have a time. I'm busy. I'm occupied. But we have to somewhere acknowledge and accept that, okay, this is where I'm procrastinate. I'm postponing it unnecessarily. Is it because of boredom, anxiety? Why am I doing this for this particular task? Then use positive language to address your feelings and say, no, maybe I'll work on it. It means that I may not have a genuine reason. So one strategy to overcome is a Swiss cheesing it. Swiss cheese is known to be broken because it has a holes. It can be broken into smaller pieces. So break task into smaller ones. Suppose if I'm preparing for this topic, what will I do? When I was asked, 3-4 days back, okay, I'll do it tomorrow. No, at least today I'll start about introduction. I'll prepare something, some part of it. Tomorrow I'll prepare some part of it. So schedule everything for time for that. So it is easier when we break this task into smaller ones, and I will do it. Instead of being a perfectionist, I'll do all at once. We may not get the perfect time ever. That's why, break it. Half an hour I'm getting it. Okay, I'll walk for 15 minutes. I'll walk for 1 kilometer only. I'll not go for 5 kilometers. We set very high targets. I'll have to go for 5 kilometers walk for an hour. Only then it is an exercise. Because somebody would have told, hey, this will not work. You have to walk for 5 minutes, 5 kilometers. Okay, Baba, if not 5 kilometer, 1 kilometer to chalungi, 10 minutes to karungi. Yes, that's what is, we have to Swiss cheese it and break this task into smaller, and it becomes easier. Then set a timer to limit the task time. Whether it is about the task, set a timer. I tried using, timer for my social media because I admit it, frankly speaking, because I live alone in the evening. Most of the time, I get some things into that, social media. I don't realize sometimes, it just goes off, and the scrolling is never ending. We don't know when we are scrolling also. So set a timer, set an alarm after this, 10 minutes. Okay, it will ring. At least this is already 10 minutes. Okay, let me be. It is difficult. Initially, it is very difficult to come out of that, okay, because, it's a temptation always. I'll go for another 5 minutes. I'll do for another 10 minutes. Okay, so that is one thing. Set a timer for everything. Hold yourself accountable. When we go on giving reasons, no, I'm busy actually. I'm very genuine. But because of this, because somebody said something, ghar mein wo aaya, ye ho gaya, guest came, and this, we keep giving reasons. So hold yourself accountable rather than giving reasons. Observe whether sometimes there are genuine reasons. Sometimes things are genuine. So just identify, is it genuine or am I giving reasons? We have to answer to ourselves, holding ourselves accountable. Commit to the task. Yes, I must do it. As somebody said right now, if I want to do it tomorrow, I will do it tomorrow. If I want to do it today, I will do it today. So commit yourself to the task and practice 5 minutes a week. Some things we keep postponing, especially I'm sure you all agree with publications and things like that. We keep postponing. Time nahi hai, and we talk. Publication ke liye na, we have to take a leave and sit at home and do. Yeah, otherwise it will not. But I have seen people doing it. Break it into, today I'll write only introduction. Today I'll write only objectives. One task, if you go on, definitely it can be. So spare 5 minutes. What is said is psychologically, when we start with 5 minutes, we will not end in 5 minutes. We'll continue to do it for half an hour at least. So some of it will be done. So practice 5 minutes. There are others still, but just few of the things that have worked for many people on survey, I'm just using that and in the literature. Then coming to stress management. Of course, if you say stress management, a lot of things about, go for yoga, meditation, practice, things are like that. Those are there, of course, yoga, meditation and all are there. But today I'm talking about, in this session, stress management at workplace. Day-to-day stress management, day-to-day, so many things are happening. How can you call? And I prefer to call it as a workplace wellness practices. At how can we practice at workplace? What all can happen? And as rightly Madam said, set clear boundaries. Don't mix up home and work life. Most of the time we do it. Office, no, we are bored to do it. I'll do it at home tonight, na. भी रात को बैठ के करूंगी, शाम को बैठ के करूंगी. Don't carry that home, because at home environment and our time, that's why we feel burdened. अरे मैं घर लेके जाके कर रही हूँ. This time is not enough. I'm taking it home also and working. We all have that sense of overworking. Okay, the same work we are doing it as much as possible. Finish the work. I'm practicing it now. It is working. Leave office in time. Finish as much as possible work. Do it in the office time. Don't carry your work home. Don't carry the work to your home. As much as possible, try to do that and learn to say no. When it is time and in the evening, some work is given in your office or something is said, tomorrow you do it tomorrow morning. That means it's understood you have to do it at home only. So say no, I can do it tomorrow. And remember, you are not saying no to that person. You are saying no to the task, and very politely we can always say, I'll do it tomorrow morning. Na? Today evening, it's already time up. I'll do it tomorrow morning. And home, you can always give some reasons, and you can say, I cannot do it at home. I'll do it tomorrow morning. Say, instead of just saying, no, I cannot do it, rather than giving them an option, opposite person an option that I can do it tomorrow, is always, psychologically it says it is a better perceived when you say you can do it the other time, rather than just saying no. Okay. Then self-regulation, say daily routine. And I have already said that, work on prioritization. And many of, I've heard people saying, I don't have time for this. Yeah, there's no time for exercise. There's no time to go there. There's no time for yoga. There's no time for my, I love painting. I don't find time. No, there's time for everything if you wish to do. You just have to prioritize, right? Then effective communication. Communication is the most underrated skill, I can say, in a corporate world or in wherever we at a workplace. Communication is very important. The things can be sorted. A lot of things can be sorted. 2-3 examples in the last 1 month. They came to me with a problem and I said, just why don't you sit across and talk? If I'm telling you, it has happened with me also. And I suggested just sit across and talk. No, what if she says like this? What if he says like this? What if this happens? What if this? What will they think? We are overthinking. Just sit and talk. Things will be sorted. And then my friend, I had suggested, she called me back in the evening and she said, things are sorted, Soni. Thank you so much for the suggestion. So communication sorts out a lot of things. If not a communication, one smile in a day. Whenever we see people, when I enter my workplace, I am always smiling. I call myself as a smiling Sunita. I have kept my adjective as my, as a smiling. This one smile, it's okay. Even if they're coming with a problem, if they're angry also, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Okay, one smile. Smile can sort out many of things. And communication starts with a smile. Once it opens door to the communication. Just smile and say, okay, the other person also speaks like the person who is angry. You make them sit. The person who is angry also will be calmed down. Okay, so that communication matters a lot. I'm not taking much of a session here in this communication. Yeah, but definitely effective communication works. Then the conflict management. I'm sure you all agree. Is there any organization or a workplace where there is no, no conflict? Is there anywhere there's no conflict? Have you faced any situation that, there's no conflict? Anybody will say that, I don't have conflict in my workplace. I'm very comfortable. No ways. Yes, no ways. There is no organization, or even at home. There's no conflict at home. Previously, I used to ask questions, what are the situations where you face conflict? Now I am asking, is there any situation where you don't face any conflict? We have conflict with ourselves many times. Forget about the other person. We have conflict in the family, with our blood relatives, with our close ones, with our loved ones. We have conflict at workplace. Another thing is when it comes to communication and conflict, one thing is that we undermine the importance of workplace friends, colleagues, associates a lot. Workplace wellness. I'll tell you why. Many of us think that अच्छा काम करके हम लोग घर जाएंगे इनके साथ क्या थोड़ी जिंदगी जीनी है. Yeah, I understand. I totally agree with that. कि we are not going to live the life with them. Okay, fine. But if you actually look into that, if you time, yes, we are living a life with us, with them, with our workplace colleagues, right? Friends. There may be few friends, there may be few of them just colleagues, just whatever. But remember, in a 24 hours, out of that, about 8 hours goes off in sleeping, 7 to 8 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, whatever. Majority of the time we are spending at workplace. So that matters to our emotional wellness. How at workplace we are handling our emotions, the same emotions we carry back home. Morning time, how much of time? 3 or 4 hours we get up at from 5 to 3, 8 o'clock or whatever. We are busy out working at that time. We are not spending time with the quality time with the family, busy cooking, dabba, karo, ye karo, get ready and leave and all that. Evening time, you reach home again, your evening work and evening chores. How much actually time, quality time we are spending with the family? Personally, if you see, hardly anything. But majority of the time you are spending at workplace, you get to interact, you get so how you manage, how we all managed our emotions, emotional wellness at workplace is very, very important. So how can we do is, so conflict management is also very important. The conflicts, unresolved conflicts on something. Oh, she's always like this. She always belittles me. She always disregards my work. She never appreciates me. She's always, like groupism, whatever, in that isms, whatever are there, they're all there. So what do they do? The unresolved conflict for a long time. Ek din ka theek hai. For a long time, if you keep it, it will damage the relationships. Not only at workplace, because you carry back with that anger, that frustration, that anguish, you are carrying it back home and removing it on family, children, whoever is the weaker person. We don't do it, right? We don't go and shout at the boss, right? Whom we shout? We can shout at the person who is junior to us or younger to us or who can tolerate us. That's what we do. But that will damage relationships. It will develop mental health problems, anxiety. Sometimes, I've seen people having, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಎದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ. I don't want to go. Just that one person is not there in the department. No, I would be very happy. But that one person, entire this thing is affected and you don't feel like going to the workplace. That's what it can happen. Then physical health problems, continuous stress, continuous these mental health problems also will lead to physical health problems. It may be it may be hypertension, it may be diabetes. They will all keep adding. They will all keep adding to our stress. Negative impact on work performance, because most of the time we are spending on that person. Though that person is not there, the person is occupying our mind. That person may not be there in my room, but he or she has occupied my mind. So naturally my performance will be affected, decreased self-esteem. There are a lot of ill effects or negative effects of conflict management. So learn to manage conflicts. Conflict management is another session, what are the ways and all. But only, just learn to handle it in a way that, I have certain tips also later, that whenever there is a conflict, like madam said, it's not about, somebody asked, no, jealousy. There's somebody is jealous of you. I feel that somebody is jealous of me, then it is their problem. No, not me, because I'm not jealous. I'm not experiencing that emotion. They are experiencing that emotion, though it is their problem, right? You just let to ignore it. Just ignore and focus on our work. Focusing on self, somebody said something, all this. No, it's better that we focus, and that's how we can handle. Then sometimes, interpersonal relationship at work is very important, for collaboration. Collaboration is very important. Most of the time we undermine the importance of collaboration because somehow from childhood, we have been taught that, as madam also, Smita madam, no, all these things have come from childhood. We have been taught winning and first rank. Somehow that thing is, most of us have experienced at home and in college. Only the first rank person or the second rank or third rank, only the rank holders are valued. Otherwise, others are disregarded in the school. family also, the one who scores well is given the priority, importance, and gets all the limelight. The others are other children, the one who scores less. No. So somehow what has happened in that competition, we have taught our children, or we have been taught with the unhealthy competition. Only I should win, others should. So in a thing, what is happening is, instead of focusing on I should win, I want to win by making others lose. We have seen the situation, and we are happy when others are losing. That is an unhealthy competition or unhealthy this thing that is created. That will also add. I have just one video on collaboration, how we can collaborate. I'm sure as a school of management, you must have used it, but it is also for others. This is a 3 or 4 minutes video. Please watch this, how collaboration can help us.
Once upon a time, a turtle and a rabbit had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. The turtle and the rabbit both agreed on a route and started off the race. The rabbit shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing he was far ahead of the turtle, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The turtle, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race, emerging as the undisputed champ. The rabbit woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. The moral of the story is that slow and steady wins the race. This is the version of the story that we've all grown up with. But our version of the story continues. The rabbit was disappointed at losing the race, and he did some thinking. He realized that he'd lost the race only because he had been overconfident, careless, and lax. If he had not taken things for granted, there's no way the turtle could have beaten him. So, he challenged the turtle to another race. The turtle agreed. This time, the rabbit went all out and ran without stopping from start to finish. He won by several miles. The moral of the story? Fast and consistent will always beat the slow and steady. It's good to be slow and steady, but it's better to be fast and reliable. But the story doesn't end here. The turtle did some thinking this time and realized that there's no way he can beat the rabbit in a race the way it was currently formatted. He thought for a while and then challenged the rabbit to another race, but on a slightly different route. The rabbit agreed. The turtle and rabbit started off. In keeping with his self-made commitment to be consistently fast, the rabbit took off and ran at top speed until he came to a broad river. The finishing line was a couple of kilometers on the other side of the river. The rabbit sat there, wondering what to do. In the meantime, the turtle trundled along, got into the river, swam to the opposite bank, continued walking, and finished the race. The moral of the story? First, identify your core competency, and then change the playing field to suit your core competency. The story still hasn't ended. The turtle and rabbit by this time had become pretty good friends, and they did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could have been run much better. So, the turtle and rabbit decided to do the last race again, but to run as a team this time. They started off, and this time the rabbit carried the turtle till the riverbank. There, the turtle took over and swam across with the rabbit on his back. On the opposite bank, the rabbit again carried the turtle, and they reached the finishing line together. Both the turtle and rabbit felt a greater sense of satisfaction than they'd felt earlier. The moral of the story? It's good to be individually brilliant and to have strong core competencies. But unless you're able to work in a team and harness each other's core competencies, you'll always perform below par, because there will always be situations at which you'll do poorly and someone else does well. Teamwork is mainly about situational leadership, letting the person with the relevant core competency for a situation take leadership. And that is the end of the story.
Yeah, I think that is self-explanatory. We don't need to elaborate anything much on that. I can say the importance is that one thing we must realize is my competition is with myself, not with others. So when I say that I want to do it, I want to excel, I want to do well, why not others also do it well? Others also together will do, not together we will win. Together we can do. That's very important to realize that I don't have to win over others. I can win, but others also can win. So this has a beautiful, this video is a beautiful message. It carries that message. Okay, next. I'm a bit unable to go ahead. I'm not able to, I'm just getting it. 1 second. Yeah. So, in addition to that, of course, health, fitness, yoga, spirituality. One thing, something, for peace, if you really want to be calm, something we have to engage into. It need not be going, spirituality need not be going to temple every day or whatever your place of worship every day. You can have the spiritual feeling sitting at home also. Something that physical activity, because endorphins, releasing of endorphins, happy hormones is true and it works. Definitely it works. I have experienced, I'm a gym goer. I go to gym. I hit the gym. I hit gym every day. Last year I was like, perfectionist. Like if it is not in half an hour, if I get up little 15 minutes late, I used to sleep off again or waste that time thinking that no, I'll go when there is full 1 hour. No, now I've changed my narrative and I know I've changed. Okay, if it's a half an hour, I'll go for 2 kilometer walk, a kilometer walk, a 10 minutes walk. I go to gym for something or at least a treadmill, whatever, something at least we have to do. So get yourself involved into, and then please stop saying there is no time. Time is there if you really prioritize. We have time for everything that we prioritizing, especially for women, I'm saying, because women are so dedicated to the family. We are cooking and children and education and work everywhere. There is no time. No, we don't prioritize ourselves because somewhere again, this also from childhood, we have seen our mothers doing it. We have seen, this is what we're told to us. And we have, society has always glorified women who have sacrificed. Society has never glorified anybody who had their, self-cared or who had self-love. Oh, she's so selfish. It was termed like that, but it is not true. That we have to realize. There's for everything I want, there is a time if I prioritize. There's nothing called as no time. I have time for everything that I prioritize. So we just have to prioritize ourselves. Take a break. To pursue your passion, travel, whatever is a passion. Take a break in between, passion, travel, cook, whichever you like, paint, gardening, painting, singing, biking, hiking, trekking, whatever that makes you happy. Once you fix it, until and unless you have a target, like, every 2 months I'm going for one small travel. Every 3 months I'm going there. Every Sunday I do this. I am taking at Sunday for my dance practice, my singing practice, and this much time I keep. At least you schedule it and keep that, for yourself. That's very important. This is just me. I'm just sharing my experience. This is me. Last year, I learned to ride a bike. That is Royal Enfield. It was always my dream to ride a bullet, this kind of a bike, big bike, and Royal Enfield was my dream. So somehow I had not been able to do it. But at the age of 50, I thought it's okay. It's never too late. And one thing is, remember, it's never too late to pursue your dreams or, aspirations or whatever. I got this one workshop who were, training women for this bike riding. I joined the workshop and I could manage to, it's just not a pose. Of course, I can ride now. I've practiced and I can ride quite well. Not though expert, quite well the bike. So, and I took out time, my schedule and everything. I went to Kumbh. Anyway, because it was there in my thing. I'm not saying you should go to, everybody should do that. But what I'm saying is pursue your hobbies and dreams or whatever. Because I know how I took out time. I had to postpone one of my important university meeting because I'm a director of the university department for faculty development. And usually scheduled meetings can never be postponed. I'm the main person there. And that was falling on the dates that we were planning to, our friends were planning to travel to Kumbh. And I was the only one who had problem with the dates. I had a meeting, overlapping meeting on that day. That's what I said. Communication can help sort out a lot of things. Had I just thought ki, no, VC sir will not agree, Vice Chancellor, so I cannot go, this will not happen. I just made up my mind. I said, communicate to karenge, na bolenge to dekha jayega. Whatever happens, let me go and talk. And I just expressed that I want to go to Kumbh and like this. Then he said, okay, you have to postpone the meeting then. I said, okay. And then he said, okay, postpone it. You go and come. That was, you don't know, suddenly things happen because otherwise, never in our history of our university, we postpone such a important meeting suddenly, scheduled meeting. So take time. It is possible. We can do it. We can definitely do it. Right? Yeah. So, yeah, next. Just sharing my experience. Break the mental barriers. Sometimes, we all have our own glass ceilings, mental barriers. I may not be able to do it. Oh, nahi hoga. What will they say? Family will not agree. This will not agree. Sometimes they are our own thoughts. They are our own overthinking and they are our own thoughts. Who knows if you want to do it, it will happen. Who will believe that at 51 years, I'm going to learn a bike? Anybody would have said no. This is any mental barrier for me also at this age. And somebody also said to me, what you are going to break your hands, legs and everything. What you have, you fall and end up with fractures. What will happen? No, negative thoughts, they will come. But that is our own mental barrier. How can I do it? No, somebody asked me, oh, you're 200 kg bike. How can you do it? I said, if somebody is doing it, I can also doing it, right? So try at least. So we have to break our own mental barriers. We are like this, horse tied to this thing. The horse only knows that it is tied. The horse doesn't know that it can pull along the chair to a longer extent without the chair hardly matters. Okay, it is our mentally we are tied up with our own thought process and with our own perceptions, which may not be true. So another mental barrier is breaking to stop being perfectionist. The perfectionism always adds to stress. For a few years back, it used to be a decade ago, I can say, perfectionism was a compliment. Oh, she's a perfectionist. Oh, he's a perfectionist. Perfectionist Amir Khan. Okay. Okay, so like that, it was that label was a compliment. Not anymore now. Perfectionist adds to stress. It will add to stress of the family also. This paper has to be folded like this and kept it here. Paper aisa hi rehna chahiye table pe. It will add stress to the person because others are not keeping it. For others also, husband comes and keeps it. Chalta hai na aise. That will add to stress. It's just a small thing I'm telling. It need not be perfect. A perfect, this full course meal. 4 इतना आइटम्स होना चाहिए घर में खाना बनाने के लिए गरम ही होना चाहिए why it's okay people eat it in spite of that people eat outside also children eat outside husband eat outside family eat outside they can eat they can survive they are not nobody's going to die because the food was cold till now I have not seen anybody seeing anybody dying because the food was not tasty or because the food was not hot. It's okay sometimes. Do whatever you can. I'm not saying that you should not do it. Do whatever you can, but not at the cost of your stress. Though stop being that perfectionist. Okay? That stop being that perfect employee. I have to finish this. I have to take home. I have to carry this work home. I have to finish. I have to please my boss because I have to, I have promotion. Whatever things are there, I want to be perfect employee, a perfect teacher. There's no thing called a perfect boss, perfect mother. Most of we women are stuck in this, being perfect mother, perfect daughter-in-laws, perfect daughter, perfect father, perfect son, perfect husband and wife. This the last one is totally a myth. There is nobody called as perfect husband or perfect wife or any of this. That we have to realize it's okay to be imperfect. It's okay. नहीं हो रहा है बाबा आज only rice सांबार बनाऊंगी ठीक है it's okay or I'll order from somewhere it's okay why you have to do that as if people don't eat outside. It's okay. Something has not happened. This the biggest scam ever for especially for women is माँ के हाथ के खाना. Children come everything माँ के हाथ के खाना. They will not eat outside only at what? And you see children ultimately the tasty thing is हाँ I will go out and eat. वो उसका पिज्जा अच्छा है इसका ये अच्छा है उसका वो अच्छा है. Ultimately माँ के हाथ का खाना चाहिए but we don't get much of appreciation. That will add to stress. अरे मैं इतना बना रही हूँ इतना कर रही हूँ उतना करने का. So all this it's okay. I'm not saying you don't cook. I also cook. I also have family. I have a child. But we should know sometimes when it is too stressful, we manage. It's okay. We can manage with a lesser item. We don't have to have a perfect, that platter and this stuff. It's okay. We not have that. Sometimes we are not able to do it. It's okay. So that's it. Can we also break these barriers? Gender bias. I'm not going much into gender bias. These barriers, if we break, that woman is for whether she works outside or no, children and home care is for women. I've seen even in the highest quality, whatever qualified people here in doctors also I've seen, engineer everywhere I've seen, every profession I have seen. If the child is not well, parents are not well, it's the wife who takes the leave. It's always, most of the time, I'm telling, most of the time. There are, of course, very few men who understand and share the responsibility. But can we also, teach our younger generation as, to share the responsibility, not just to help wife or a partner or a mother, to share the responsibility of a home. This is important. Prioritize yourself. Self-care is very important. Self-care is not selfish. People, as I said, society has villainized people who have been taken care of themselves, self-care. However, but it is not true. It is self-care is a self. No, taking care of yourself is important. It is not at all selfish. Giving it, prioritizing yourself is not at all selfish. Just watch this video. I take a lot from movies. Whatever movie I watch, some of the movies stuck are always I carry with those movies forever in my life. And some lessons that I've learned from the movies. Just see this.
उन चीजों के लिए वक्त निकालो जिनसे तुम्हें सचमुच खुशी मिलती है. Like cooking.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. I mean, 40 के बाद I'll retire and...
Dude, तुम्हें कैसे पता है कि तुम 40 तक जिंदा रहोगे? Seize the day, my friend. पहले इस दिन को पूरी तरह जियो, फिर 40 के बारे में सोचना.
This is a clip from the movie Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. That's one of my favorite movie, my all-time favorite movie. Yeah, because of, many times we don't prioritize. मैं बाद में करेंगे, we'll postpone. It's okay now, बच्चों का एक है. No, I'll prioritize this. I have seen many of the women missing get-togethers, batch get-togethers, reunions because बच्चों का exam है. Exam कब है? March में है. When the reunion? December में. And for 3 months, so much of pressure on themselves and for children also. Right? So 1 or 2 days, it's okay. We do not be that perfect. Prioritize yourself. Do it now. We don't know whether the tomorrow kal aayega bhi nahi. Right? So do it. That's important. Be kind to yourself. It's okay not to be okay sometimes. We don't have to be perfect always, looking perfect. Many times it happens. We carry, a certain attire, certain things. And some days I go in a dress or something like somebody says, yeah, what you are dressed like this? Or what is anything wrong today? It's okay. Yes, yeah, I'm okay. Don't find. That's okay. Fine. Yeah, I'm okay today. I'll manage today. It need not be, don't take it back home that, somebody said like this. No, I'm dressing up. So even coming up, carrying it yourself well also sometimes become stressful. Don't take it that. It's okay. Some days are, nothing goes. No fruitful work happens. Some days are okay. Some days, but it should not happen every day and repeatedly. Reward yourself with for progresses. So celebrate small progresses. So you reward yourself with something you achieve. Okay, I did this work. Okay, you should get, of course, reward from others. Others are not rewarding. Reward yourself. I will celebrate my win. I will celebrate my achievement, even if others are not. Okay, I will do it. So that is what is a self-importance. That makes you. It doesn't allow you to brood into nobody helped, nobody said, nobody appreciated. No, that we can do. Then someone said something is always the biggest energy drainer and time consumer for most of us at workplace. Okay, the HOD didn't appreciate me. She appreciated only that. We all have experienced, including me. I didn't get reward for this. So they are appreciating only her. They're that person is getting a promotion. Sab unka hi hai, hamara ke. It's all there in all of our work. But what I have learned is, it's about them. It's not about us. See, what happens is this one. How many of you have watched a movie Chak De? Any of you have watched a movie Chak De?
Check the India.
Yes, Chak De India. Sorry, Chak De India. Yeah. If you remember the scene, last scene there, last few minutes scene, those two center forward people, that Preeti and Komal, they don't, play as a team. So there's always a conflict between them. The coach tries to resolve the conflict, and he calls them and he says, no, you better play together or we'll take action. And then he says, she says, last dialogue is, तू मेरे को क्या दिखाना चाहती है? एंड देन शी सेज, मैं तुझे कुछ नहीं दिखाना चाहती कोमल, मैं एक लौंडे को दिखाना चाहती हूँ कि लौंडिया क्या कर सकती है. That was the time she realizes that though it is very subtle for our viewers, though she realizes, that it is the fight for herself. The Preeti is fighting her own battle. It was never about Komal. Komal came in between, but otherwise it is her battle. So when you realize that everybody has a story, somebody who is jealous, somebody who is pulling you down, somebody who is talking negative about you, somebody who tries to just, belittle you, somebody who tries to insult you, it's all about them. It's all about their insecurities. It's all about their, like Madam said, no, that they wanted to have all that you have, but they're not able to have. That is where it is. So it is about them, and just ignore and go ahead. Then focus on yourself. The last few of the practical tips, last but one slide, is beware where your time goes. Be aware of what you are doing consciously. Then remember to balance between personal and professional time, of course. Prioritize yourself, your health, your family over work. That's very important. Because you remember one thing, when you are on a bed in the hospital anytime, it's your family, not your workplace, not your boss, not your workplace colleagues. Okay. So it's prioritize yourself. Do not take everything personally and seriously. Like I said, somebody says something happens. It's about them. Just leave that it is about her. Oh, it's about she's fighting her own battle. He's fighting his own battle. It's okay. Leave it off. And then don't take it. We need not take everything seriously. Recently, I also realized somebody said something in a meeting, and then I barged in and I contradicted that, and then it affected me also. Then after that, later I thought, no, everything doesn't need it. It didn't even require my attention there. Why did I waste my time? It was about them. So after that I've changed. I mean, I'm changing still. I'm changed. So don't take everything personally and seriously. Even if they say it's okay, it's about them. Then remember, why do you want to do it? Because Madam also said, Smita Madam said repeatedly, when your why is stronger, how gets easier. What you are doing is, why am I doing it? I want to be healthy. I want to be happy. I want to be a happy person. Then the rest of the things will happen on its own. Okay, so remember why you're doing it. So take home messages. There's no best or worst strategy for work-life balance. All we need to do is we need to figure out what works out well for us. Each one of us. There are many methods. Which one works for me? I have to take it home. Okay, so thank you. And my acknowledgements to Dr. Shobha and all the management of Government Ramnarayan Challam College of Commerce and management for the opportunity to be here with you all. To Dr. Jyotsna for being a supportive and encouraging teammate. Always we have conducted many workshops together and at a national forum also of the same. And my family, friends, colleagues, and my JNMC colleagues and my MSc batchmates for all the experiences. We go on gathering experiences and we learn from that. So thank you everyone for that. Wishing everyone a happy and a balanced life. Thank you very much. Can I stop sharing?
Yeah, you can stop sharing. If anyone has any questions, you may unmute yourselves and you may ask.
Yes, please. Yes, I will share the PPT, definitely. Yes, I will do that. Thank you so much. Any questions? Or maybe I'm already overshooting time. I'm sorry. Yeah, all well that ends well. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the positive feedback and good, kind words to all of you from you. Thank you. We'll end it here, Shobha. Yeah, my contact number and details are there.
We will have a quick photo session along with the resource person. So I request everyone to switch on your videos so that we can have a quick photo session. Kindly switch on your videos and give us time because we have 17 pages and we are clicking photos, page wise. So, so in 17 pages of participants. So I request you all to, kindly cooperate and switch on your video for few seconds.
Allow us to switch on video.
Please switch on video.
Chandan, you enable the video.
Zoom, huh? Oh, Zoom. क्या की तरह बताया है?
Your video stopped. Done speaking.
Madam, please enable the video.
So video is not enabled. Participants cannot switch on video.
It's enabled, sir, now.
Enable it.
Enabled.
Madam, please enable the video.
The video is enabled.
Ma'am Jyoti, but here my video is not enabled.
Now please check. Yeah, it's enabled. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I request?
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And thank you, Dr. Shobha and the entire organizing team for having given me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita. Thank you, Dr. Sunita. Thank you, Dr. Sunita. Thank you, Dr. Sunita. Thank you,
Let's have a break for 10 minutes and we resume back for a session by Dr. Jyotsna ma'am. We will have a quick 10-minute break and then we will resume back. Thank you all.
We request the participants not to leave the meeting. Please stay back. Please stay back. Stay back. The session will commence after a short break of 10 minutes.
ಏನು ಯಾವುದು ತುಳಸಿ
ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಇಂತ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು ಅಂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ತೆಗ್ತೀನಿ
ಒಂದು ಚಾಯ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ
Dear organizers, are we going to be starting soon?
Dear participants, we now move on to the third session of this FDP program. May I request Dr. Shobha NS to introduce our resource person, Dr. Jyotsna. Over to you, Dr. Shobha.
Thank you, Dr. Srilakshmi. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Jyotsna for this third session of this faculty development program. And I'm so privileged to read the profile of Dr. Jyotsna. Madam has a master's in health professions education. She's a former fellow, kindly correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, fellowship in competency-based education. She has a BDS, MDS in public health dentistry, PG diploma in bioethics, human rights and health law. Madam has a certificate in social accountability. She has 98 workshops and training programs, and then 34 research papers and 14 best paper awards, 32 educational innovation and sustainability to UG and PG teaching in low resource settings, touching 1,000 student lives. Educated 500 plus health promotion and outreach programs touching 30,000 lives. As a transformation strategist, she has excelled in curricular solutions and accreditation standards. Through Urja Catalyst for Transformation, she assists health profession organizations, faculty, and students in achieving, excellence. She has 35 workshops supporting 1,500 faculty and students from 40 health professions in last 2 years. Honorary Secretary, Academy of Health Professions Educators, India. Then Curriculum Leadership and Research Consultant. She's an external consultant, Faculty of Dentistry, Bharati Vidyapit University, Maharashtra. And then she's a project advisor for PSG Famer Regional Institute, Coimbatore. Guest faculty for MFIL IPE Mahe Manipal. She's a trainer for certificate course for HPE by the Indian Prosthodontics Society, consultant and rapporteur, roles, responsibilities, competencies of Indian Public Health Dentists, IA-PhD. Madam gives psychological support and counseling services, students, parents, young adults, and geriatrics, grief counseling, how to escape from death, leadership training, unlocking the potential, health promotion campaigns and outreach programs. And she has 12 years of teaching and administrative experience, established health professions, education units, delivered multiple projects for institutional benefit. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Jyotsna for this third session. I welcome you, ma'am, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shobha and Dr. Sunita Patil, ma'am, for bringing me on board. It's a pleasure to talk to you all. And just before lunch, it's a pre-prenuptial session probably, right? Okay. So, but then I hope that we will all be on our toes because we got quite a few activities lined up as to how we are going to interact and learn from each other. Basically, when we were approached with this particular session, so the concept was how do we make it applicable? Because as adults, we want to be able to use the knowledge that we get. It's not that we don't know these things. It's something which we are very well aware of, but how do we convert it into reality? So me and Dr. Sunita have been working on these kind of workshops together, and we developed some strategic approaches to handle it. And so today I'll just take you through those strategies. In between, if you have any queries, please feel free to raise your hand or leave a comment. I will be able to get back to you on that. And I hope that we're going to be really interactive over the next 50 minutes so that it's going to be a lot of fun doing this, a lot of fun looking into who we are and what is our priorities in the way we handle things. Ma'am, I will be sharing my screen now. Yeah, so I hope this is visible. Okay. So, the word stress. So this word stress itself will cause us stress.
at many a times. And this is how we feel about it, like pulling our hair apart. I'm not gender biased. Men also behave like this. They may not be pulling their hair, but they're jumping up and down, This is how you guys feel at times. I do. Mornings are crazy hours before sending my kids off to school. ಮನೆ 7:30 ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 7:30 ಬಿಡಕ್ ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಫುಡ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಹೈಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. And sometimes this is how we feel. We're juggling way too many things while walking on a tight rope. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಪಾತನೆ. ಯಾವ್ದನ್ ಬಿಡೋದು, ಯಾವ್ದನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. How do we handle both these things? So this is what is always on our mind. But then, how do we handle it? So what kind of changes are you all facing now? You can leave it in the chat box. And meanwhile, I will also try to summarize, assuming that, we are in a faculty role, we are also having a home, we are also having other work and hobbies and things like that. So what are the current changes or challenges that you are facing right now, which is causing you a lot of stress? I would be happy if you can type into the chat. I think Dr. Shobha must be feeling the stress of, multitasking way too many activities all at the same time. Having a session at very short notice, that could be one of it. Yeah. Anyone typing in? Okay. As the messages come, I was also trying to understand the next part of it. What emotions are you experiencing? Are you feeling happy? Are you feeling sad? Are you feeling, I just want to give up on a few things, or are you feeling hungry? So we face quite a lot of a mixture of emotions depending on what is the stress we are experiencing. But let's face it, it's common and it is existential. It's never going to disappear, right? And we feel stressed because most of the times we think of ourselves as victims. Someone else is doing this to us. Oh, if only my children were getting up earlier in the morning, I will not have stress. If only my boss was more cooperative, it would have been a healthier work environment. If only the institution was near my house, I don't have to travel so much, right? We never try to take ownership of the situation and say, we would always rather look at ourselves as a victim rather than as the people who have our responsibility. Now, I was in this mindset a few years back when I was facing a lot of these issues at whichever workplace I was there. Then I said, look, I don't have control over what the other person does, but I have control over how I react to it. And that's when I said, I'm going to change this narrative and say that I am no longer a victim, but I'm going to take ownership of whatever is the situation. So for example, if my children are not getting up and I say that it is because my children are not getting up that I'm getting stressed out, I have a choice. I have a choice that I will leave them to face their consequences. For example, if they miss their bus on one day, the next day automatically they're going to get up early and be ready on time instead of me trying to force them to be ready, right? So I have to somewhere draw the line and say, look, you are responsible for your actions. I am responsible for the way I interpret things. So when I take up that ownership on myself, it gives me a lot of peace because things are far more in my control than in someone else's control. Which brings me to the first strategy here. Where is the circle of influence? Where does this work? Now, when we talk about circle of influence, I would want you to look at a couple of images. Do we have control over what goes on out there in this world? Or do we have control over what goes on in our mind? Right? So if we start focusing inwards on who am I and what is the control I have, that is going to help a lot in taking that ownership because it can be uplifting and it also helps in improving our confidence. So the circle of influence, when we look at it, please take 2 minutes and answer these questions. You can type it into the chat box or you can also simply think about it. What is it that you can influence? Can you influence India-Pakistan war? Can you influence how Trump behaves or does not behave? Can you influence your husband or wife? Can you influence your children? Can you influence yourself? What is it that you can do? Where does the circle begin and where does it end? So what is your opinion? Do you have control over others? Or do you have an influence over others? Or do you have influence over yourself? My experience has been that a lot of control and this thing is only on myself. There are things that I can control. There are things that I can influence. There are things that I absolutely cannot control. So what I can control is what is within me. For example, my self-care practices I can control. Whether I get to go swimming every day or not is something I can control. Whether I have my personal goals in terms of how I want to progress or not is in my control. The boundaries I set. 10 o'clock onwards is my time to learn something. So no one else can disturb. So that's a boundary I set for myself. And how I respond to others. If someone is irritating me, will I say that they are irritating me or will I say I am getting irritated? There's a key difference in the way I approach it, right? Then there is a circle of influence. I can influence my children to quite an extent because they're still young and they listen. So I can influence their thought processes to go into the right direction. But I cannot make them do certain things, right? So there is a fine difference between circle of control and the circle of influence. And it goes one level further where I can express concern over some situation which are beyond my influence, but where I can act as a tiny minuscule particle existing on this earth. So that is my circle of concern. It's important for us to recognize the circle of influence because when you understand what is in your control and can be modified and what is outside your control, you cannot be modified, but you can only change the way you react to it. 90% of the stress does come down. Okay, let's see how it can be done, how we can bring it down. So Sunita ma'am said, you got to be very kind to yourself, right? But are we? Like she said, we always try to be perfectionists. But then, is there a way in which we can modify our thinking? So I have an activity for you. Please identify a situation where you have been your worst critic. You have been scolding yourself. Oh no, I didn't do this. Oh no, I was not able to be nice to my children. I fought with my husband. I fought with my wife. I was pretty rude. I should have done better. Like, so you could have been your worst critic. Now, rephrase that critic with kindness. What do I mean by that? I understand that when you scolded the children, you were working from a state of frustration. So I understand that. Now you can ensure that the next time a situation similarly happens, you do not get frustrated and you take it off on the children, but take a deep breath and you can handle this better, right? You did a good job with whatever effort you could. Now you can do a better job. So you can rephrase that critic with kindness. So when you're kind to yourself, you learn to treat others with the same kindness too. Most of the times we are very kind to other people. We go out of the way to help others, but are really, really harsh with ourselves. So this is something which we can work upon and be really kind to ourselves. So when you are kind to yourself, what do you feel? Do you feel angry? Or do you feel much calmer? Like you are accepting yourself. The stress and all, it stems from the fact that there is a difference between our reality and our ideal situation. So we have some expectations, right? So when that is not met because of the reality, that mismatch is causing stress. So if we learn to accept that there is a difference between an ideal situation and reality, but I can rephrase that and handle it better. And another opportunity, I'm going to do it much better. And I'm going to be kind to myself. I'm going to much oriented to my emotional feelings also. One aspect why I'm stressing on this is most of the times when we are harsh on ourselves, we tend to store those emotions in our body. How many of you have had neck pain when you were highly stressed, or you were scolding yourself, or you must have had a lower back pain? So most of these physical ailments are connected with stress levels. So you see, even at the physical level, emotional level, at the intellectual level, we are all connected. So it does matter when you treat yourself with a lot of kindness. What is the next strategy? Balance. Everybody speaks about this, right? I should have balance. I should have balance. Right. But where to balance what? And how do you balance things? So this is called the wellness wheel. ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ವಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟೈಸ್ ಆಕ್ಯುಪೇಷನಲ್ ವೆಲ್ನೆಸ್. ಹೌದು, ವರ್ಕ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಫೈನ್ ದೇರ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅನ್ ಇಮೇಜ್ ಟು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ and intrinsically I'm dedicated to my organization, so I should be performing. To some extent, we are focusing on the social life. How do I like to meet people, I like to interact, I like to get along. We have now started prioritizing a little bit, not much, a little bit of physical health. Okay, vayas agogta ide, we are in our 40s, we are in our 50s, we are in our 60s. If we fall sick, I don't know whether my children will take care or not. It is time to start focusing on physical health. The younger generation will be thinking, yeah, I have to still find my soulmate. And so I have to stay physically fit. So let me do a little bit of physical activity. There is this component of emotional wellness. So like the previous speakers were saying, men rarely give an outlet to their emotional well-being, whereas women do. But at times they go on to the other extreme where they become extremely emotional and logical balancing may not happen. So there is a need for both the genders to deal with the emotional wellness. I used to struggle with this part because I would be storing a lot of my feelings and I wanted to share. But then my partner wouldn't always be available because he has his own priorities. So then I would get frustrated. Then I realized the circle of influence is within me. So I cannot go and crib to him every time, right? So I started maintaining a journal, which helped me to maintain my emotional well-being, which meant that a lot of balancing was done. We also give attention to intellectual wellness. So for example, learning a new task. It need not be necessarily related to your occupation. It could be something you enjoy, learning something creative. You can do art, like Dr. Smita was mentioning, or it can be learning swimming, or it can be learning to ride a bike. So when you're feeding in the intellectual energy, there is also wellness. The one which we generally neglect is our spiritual wellness. Here, I'm not talking of religion. There is nothing to do with religion. It is spiritual, meaning, what is the purpose of my existence? Have you started asking us these questions? Why am I on this earth? What role do I have in this society? How can I contribute? Should I contribute? Or is it just an automation that I run? I get up every day in the morning, I get things ready and I come up to work and then I go back, I sleep. Am I working at that level? Or am I allowing myself to grow spiritually where I understand what is right, what is not, how I can do the good thing for the society, etc. After all, we are social beings, right? So are we balancing all these aspects? When we start focusing on all these things and not go for a lopsided occupational well-being or only social well-being or only physical well-being, there is a greater way in which we can grow, because you see, this forms a circle, a wheel can grow and move ahead only when it is in this format. If we are prioritizing something more, there is going to be a lopsided wheel and obviously this is going to be falling off. So you please think for 30 seconds on where is your balance and which are the aspects you need to consciously focus upon. Each one feeds the other component. Okay. So once you start exploring, okay, this is an area where there is some deficiency currently, you will start looking at how I can prioritize this option. For example, I was thinking that it would be so nice to just stop learning and doing everything else, but get into spirituality. But then that's not going to happen. After all, now samsarika jeevanadalli so ellanu balance ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So that's why I have decided that okay, every day for 45 minutes, one particular time to one particular time is my opportunity to read, to think, to discuss and grow spiritually. Emotional well-being, physical well-being. So all these components, this is how we can prioritize and identify and go ahead. What is the next strategy here? So deadlines and procrastination. So time management techniques and all, Dr. Sunita dealt with it really well. The quintessential question is, I don't have time. But you, me, anyone else in the world will always have the same 24 hours, right? So it's all a question of how do I split it up? How do I prioritize? How do I use it for what purpose? So, and we need to ensure that this balance is also met. So we got to think about, are we spending time for only on relaxation? Are we doing something with our social media where we switch off our brains and just scroll and scroll? Or are we going to do it something productively? At the same time, please understand, it is perfectly okay to waste time. It's perfectly okay to be not productive 100% of the time. But it is not okay if you're always going to be in bed and not wanting to come out, because that's a sign of a different facet to your life, right? So how can I efficiently use time? So this is something Sunita ma'am dealt with it in detail. I will not get into that, but we will talk about building resilience. Now, resilience is, you would have seen a rubber ball, right? So when you throw it onto the floor, how it bounces back, and it bounces back higher and stronger. How does that happen? You know, nature or God, whatever you want to call it, has a unique way of teaching us resilience. You might have observed that there are some patterns which repeat in your life. You will face the same kind of problems again and again and again until you learn a lesson from it. So that is nature's way of teaching us resilience. How does this work? It has a spiritual component to it. I'll not be getting in detail into that part of it. But bottom line is, if you face the same situation second time in your life, third time in your life, your emotional response, your physical response, your intellectual response should not be as intense as it was the first time. You should be able to handle the situation much better the second time around or the third time around. And that is how you build your resilience. But how does this happen? First of all, we don't like change, right? Nobody likes change. We want it all to be stationary the same way every single day. Of course, we'd say, yeah, Jana, change keltare anta, we change a few things because we love to do that. But generally speaking, we don't like sudden changes. But change is the only constant. So suddenly you will go to the department and then your head of the department will say, see, these projects are on deadline. You have to submit it today itself. And that was not expected from you. So there is a sudden change which has happened. But what do? Are you going to say, I can't handle it? Or what are you going to say? So Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, she worked a lot with death and dying patients, and she found that when they received the news that they may not make it for some time, or they received the news that they had a terminal illness, most of them were shocked. Some of them were frustrated because, there was no solution. Then some of them were depressed. Some said, okay, let's explore different medicines. Some accepted whatever was happening. What the psychologists have identified, the management gurus took over. And they found that, hey, it is not just with the dead and dying who are facing this kind of a situation. My employees also face this. Suddenly, when NAC accreditation comes in, the IQAC has to conduct a program at short notice. There is going to be a sudden shock. Oh no, I thought deadline was in July, August, but no, all of a sudden I have to do it. So there is a shock. You can look at it in two ways and say like, I can't handle this, so I'm really angry, I'm frustrated about it. Or I can say, okay, let me experiment, let me try out, let me see. So you see, there is no change in the situation. The change is in how you're approaching that situation. And people who are by nature innovative, they tend to try out new ideas very quickly. So whenever we introduce anything into the society, so there will be always people who are ready to experiment. And once they are successful, the early majority will start following them. And then you will have those people who will be like, okay, most of the people have followed this trend. Okay, let me also join. And then there will be those who will say, no, absolutely not. I will never ever follow. So change is also something similar. You go back to your department and say, look, this change has to happen. So you're going to have people who will be adapting to it very early. And then you will be having those who give you a lot of resistance. And there will be those who are absolutely resistant to the idea. So we have these kind of different behavior which is exhibited whenever there is change. But these people tend to have it relatively easy because their mindset is kind of flexible enough to adapt to the change, because we cannot stop change. And that's the only constant. And how we adapt to that change is going to determine our success and also build our resilience. So how can we do that? See, even in this tiny gap, this plant is flourishing. See how fresh the Greek leaves are? Did it say, no, I need all the environment, I need a lot of gobra, ಮಣ್ಣು ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಬೇಕು ಸನ್ಲೈಟೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನಾನು ಬೆಳಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. Why? Because it is able to adapt to that situation. But how do we adapt? So the Kubler-Ross change curve has got some strategies. So what they said was, when there is shock, suddenly something has happened, you have to talk to those people and say, okay, look, this is what it is. We have to align with our goals and get going. If people are frustrated, ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಕೈಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, ನಂಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, converse about it. Okay, try to understand what the problem is and try to see how you can help it. Most of the times, those on top will just dump it down onto the bottom without thinking what will happen in between. So if you are able to talk to them and explain to them, then people can do it. If someone is feeling low, depressed, din belagagre ide so if someone is feeling like that, and that's when we can spark motivation and say, okay, what is in it for you? Why you should be able to get into this particular task and do it on time? And we need to develop the capability by, if you are going to ask a 5-year-old child, can you climb Mount Everest? The child will not be able to do. But then if you train the child, yes, maybe she or he can become the youngest climber too by the age of 8 or 9, right? So it's all about building that capability. And how we have come to that also, we should be able to share that knowledge. So you can try out a few of these strategies, creating an alignment, talk to people, explain. How do you motivate? How you motivate yourself? If you do not have a particular skill, how do you develop that capability? How do you share that knowledge with others? All these methods will help you in building your resilience. Maybe you don't know a particular, like today you are angry about something, but out of this session, you would have learned a new technique. Okay, ma'am said this, or the speaker said this. Let me go and experiment on it and see whether the technique works. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, try another technique, but stop not till that goal is reached. So how do I create that alignment? Now, resilience is not going to come easy. It always comes because of that pattern or the challenges which exist there. In 2018, I lost my sister. She was young, but had a liver tumor. We didn't know anything about it. And she just collapsed and passed away in 42 days. So there was a lot of anger at that stage. Why? And my parents were bargaining with God. I still remember that scene. They were sitting on the cold hospital floor and they were talking to God and saying, look, we have lived our life. You spare hers. But God doesn't work that way. No? He has his own plans. So then they were depressed to some extent. But there was a stage of acceptance that yes, this has happened, but we will continue her legacy. We are not going to allow her memory to fade off. And we will build on what she has been doing all her life. So she was working for the environment. She was working for animal welfare. And she had a dream that we need to promote more of counseling. My father is a counselor. So we wanted to build all those things. And hence Maitri Foundation came into existence out of a grief movement. And whatever things were out of alignment, we started bringing it all together. How do we nurture and guide our activities to align with each other so that the energy is not wasted? So when I try to run a vehicle in this direction, see, the energy goes this way, that way, this way, that way. But if I focus it on a single line, then the effect is going to be much stronger. So we had to create that alignment. So we said, okay, there are some activities which we are already doing. Let us align Maitri Foundation activities with those, because there is a sense of purpose to what we are doing now. And we acknowledged and validated the emotions which are associated with it and moved on to it. So the most important statement was, I accept this change which is happening. Most of the times there is resistance to change. It is when we accept it. Yes, this is a reality which has happened and I have to handle it. I don't know, for whatever reason, God placed us in a situation where we personally experience grief, and we ended up counseling a lot of people on grief management. So there was this middle-aged lady whom we were talking to. A year and a half ago, she lost her husband, all of a sudden, a cardiac arrest, and there was nothing that she could do at that stage. And a month back, she lost her daughter also, and there were only 3 people in that family. She's under tremendous pressure because she's now widowed. She's also, from being a mother, she's now being childless. She's lost her daughter who was studying engineering. So it is a big, big blow to her. And she has to lead her life, right? Life cannot end like that. So what is important is to accept that the situation has happened. So the faster we are able to accept that, yes, this is the current reality, the more we will be able to kind of navigate around that change. It doesn't mean that you have to hide your grief or you have to run away from those emotions. You have to face those emotions. Even now, it's been 8 years, but even now, I feel that tinge of pain whenever I think about missing my sibling, right? So it is always going to be there. You're not running away from it, but you have to learn to accept that reality. And the way we do that is through a lot of self-talk, identify, okay, chintana, manthana, ಎರಡು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು, we'll have to think, okay, how do you build my emotional resilience? So I have to think, okay, this situation happened today. What can I do better? Can I be an improved version of myself today compared to yesterday? So like Sunita ma'am said, we always need to compete with ourselves rather than someone else. And when we say compete, I don't mean that, we are in a competition there and we have to reach the end goal. It's not like that. It's just that we have to be better than yesterday and we have to live to our potential. So how do I start doing that? And take every day 5 minutes at night and first thing in the morning to maximize conversation with yourself. How can I plan my day better today? What happened today is something you need to introspect at the end of the day. Okay, ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಯ್ತು, ನಂಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯ್ತು, ಇದರಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು, ಈ ತರ ಕೆಲಸ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಯ್ತು. What can I do better? Then next day you're going to say, okay, ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. So this is how I'll be taking it about. So when you set your mind to that kind of a change mindset, you will be able to maximize all the activities that you want to access. So things are not in my control. They're not the way I want them, but then I'll accept this change and I'm going to move ahead. I got to find out how do I spark my motivation. ನಂಗೆ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಮಿಡ್ ಏಜ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀನಿ, ಇದೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ. No, you still have lots of things to do and lots of things to do it, right? And ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ? So we have to focus on how I will bring my calmness and how I will spark that motivation. ಇವಾಗ I was not driving a two-wheeler. So then my 8-year-old daughter said, Amma, you don't know driving at all, is it? Anta. To show it to her, I had to take out the two-wheeler and say, look, I also know. So to build my own self-esteem, at times I might have to do it. So there are different ways in which we'll have to motivate ourselves and handle this change. So whenever change is there, look at how it helps you to grow. Grief was also an opportunity for us to grow. I don't know from where he gave us the strength. So people came to comfort us, and in return, we were comforting them and saying, okay, this is what it is. She's not lost. She's always bound by our soul contract, and she's going to be there. So we got to experiment with different things. Most of the times we are scared because we don't have that skill, or we think we don't have that skill. So can I build on that skill? How can I overcome my self-doubt? So remember that even Hanumanta had a lot of doubt, right? So that is when he had a motivator coming to him, and Jambavanta said, "Illa ninga agate, lanke harbahudu haru." That's when he jumped. Arjuna was also in doubt. That's when Krishna came and told him, "Illa anta." So let's create our own personal Krishnas. So the previous speakers were saying, find a mentor, find a motivator. So you have to find these people. Siglilva yarunuve. Paragila, YouTube videos hurki, where you will find these things which are going to kickstart the activities in your mind. And you have to equip yourself. How do I develop my capability? So first question barodidane, what do I need to do? Nan yav skill na nan bedeskobeku. Cooking skill, social skills, emotional management skills, time management skills, office-based work, administration, leadership. It can be any skill. Identify what is it that you want to do to become a better person. Then figure out, how do I do it? Should I take a course? Should I observe and learn? Should I be putting things into practice? Should I read and learn? There are many ways. How do I get going with that? How do I build them? How do I practice them? And build your team. Yaar jothe idanna practice madbodu? Who will understand? You have to seek out the people who can guide you to get this done. Remember, our society kind of has become pessimistic and kind of materially oriented. But there are still people who are uplifters. Okay? ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ ಕೈಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. So they are confidence stealers. Don't listen to confidence stealers. Don't bind yourself because someone told you you can't. If someone says you can't, prove it that you can. That should be the attitude with which you're going to approach any kind of building your capability. You are not what is defined by someone else. You are whom you are as defined by you. So your circle of influence is only within you. So that is how you can develop this. And we can't keep dreaming only, we have to start taking an action. Naan ivattinda 10 kilometer nadadu biಡ್ತೇನೆ. Not possible. For someone who is not walking even 1 kilometer a day, it's not possible. So I'm going to start taking baby steps, but I'll take those steps. Like ma'am said, Sunita ma'am said, I'm doing at least 10 minutes of walking a day, 15 minutes of walking a day. Something at least I'm doing instead of focusing on the big picture only. Take that action. And remember to be flexible. I'm trying plan A. Plan A is not working. Try plan B. Try plan C. Try plan D. Today I want to finish 10 tasks, but yaru mane guests bandru. I'm not going to get frustrated with that. I'm going to be flexible enough to see how I can handle my task in the other way. I'm going to be adaptable to changing situations. The river changes its course many times depending on the flow of the water. Yelly resistance kammi ide. That is how it grows, but it never stops flowing. We have to be resilient like our rivers. So ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇಂತಾನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹೌ ಡು ವಿ ಲರ್ನ್? ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ತ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಐ ನೋ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ನೋ, ನಾಟ್ ಟ್ರೂ. ಈವನ್ ದ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆತ್ we have opportunities for learning. That should be our mindset of that of an eternal student. ಆವಾಗ್ಲೇನೆ ಈ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. You have to commit to a goal, celebrate every single step. It should not be like na 10 kilometer walking goal ಇದೆ na 10 kilometer ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ celebrate ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. Even if you walk 500 meters, it's fine, celebrate. Pat your back and say, good job, you made a beginning. March on there. Okay. Now I would want you to identify what are these things that you can do in your life if a change comes your way, or what is it that you need to do to be resilient, or how you can be flexible. So what is it that you can do to do these kind of activities? Take about 2 minutes. You can either feel free to type it in the chat box, or you can write it down too, or even think about it for a minute. Do I need to be emotionally stronger and be more resilient? Or do I need to learn, if a sudden change happens, which I would get irritated. So this time am I going to do some deep breathing and then respond? Or if someone says you do not have this skill, I'm going to focus on, okay, how I can build that skill. So there are many, many strategies which we can adapt. So please think about how you would like to take it up. Yeah. Respond, not react. Yes. That's a good strategy. What else can we do? Am I going to work on my anger? Am I going to work on, under any circumstances, I'll do my best? Yeah, under circumstances which are under my control, not under someone else's control, right? So again, I'll recognize a circle of influence within which I will definitely do my best. Yes. Okay, so there are these kind of strategies. So I'm giving you these keywords. Google search ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು methods ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. It is all about, learning at our own pace. So we have to figure out what is it that we want from it. So ma'am spoke about interpersonal relationship and collaboration. So while I will not get into it in detail, I would like to highlight, that this plays a very important role in our mental emotional well-being. Most of the times we feel that ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋದು ಇನ್ನ ಕಷ್ಟ, ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಲಭ. But that is not how life works, right? We all need to get together. So how do I build my interpersonal relationship skills? How do I communicate with others? ನನ್ನ ಐಡಿಯಾನ how can I project it more gently, or put it across in a way which is acceptable to many people, right? So these are some strategies which are very important, be it at home, be it in your workplace, or be it in your social life. It ತುಂಬಾನೇ important ಆಗತ್ತೆ. Since ma'am has touched upon it, I'll not get into it in detail. And this is also something which she said about it. So again, that conflict. The moment we say conflict, bedappa, I don't want conflict, I want peace. You can't have peace, right? Because conflicts always exist. And I say conflicts are good. Henge. Why, ma'am? Why are you saying that conflict is good? How will it help? Conflict antandre, the moment we hear the word conflict, we have a lot of negative emotions associated with it, right? Yeah. So how can we make conflicts to be good? They help you grow. Absolutely. So if you have an internal conflict, okay, between what is right and what is wrong, internal conflict adaga, you will start thinking, okay, ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಇದಕ್ಕೇನ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಇದೆ, what is actually right thing to do. And when you do the right thing, you will feel really, really peaceful. A conflict at home, is it always good? May not be. It's not a healthier environment, okay, neither for you nor for the children who are there. But can we exist without conflicts? Not possible. So what should I do? A conflict at workplace, ತುಂಬಾನೇ upset ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ತುಂಬಾನೇ irritate ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. Why ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು question ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. So what we have to remember is any kind of conflict should be only to that task and not to the person. So if there is a conflict on, okay, I want to go to this restaurant, I want to go to that restaurant. I'm giving you a very simple example. The conflict should be only for the restaurant and not for the person who is proposing it, right? Similarly, in a work environment, you should not hate the person. You should not be upset with the person who is proposing the idea. Focus only on the task. How can we make this task much better? So that is when conflict becomes really good. What are the strategies for that? So if we do not resolve our conflict, then obviously there is project quality compromising. So you will know, right, that both of them did not win. So that was the example which was shared by the previous speakers there. Or the conflict can become so annoying that you just want to leave everything and go away. It makes us really tear our heads out. I don't want to go to this workplace because of the conflict there. And there is decreased productivity because our mind is always preoccupied with something. ಅಥವಾ ಇವ್ರು ಈ ತರ ಲೆಟರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಆ ತರ ಲೆಟರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. And so there is a lot of friction in the team, right? So it is important for us to address conflict. So ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? ಅವಾಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ what we should remember is conflicts should be restricted to task related only. Resource conflicts always will happen. Especially the principals or heads of the department will always face this. They have too many tasks to do, but very less resources. E department and urun kodala, aurun kodala. Resource conflicts are always happening. But to understand how and what is the major goal for which the work is happening. Role conflict. Am I the project advisor? Am I the team lead? Then only I will do. Otherwise, I will not do. You know, those kind of things. Process conflict. I want to go from here to place A to place B in this direction only. No, not like this. In some other method we want to go. So there are different types of conflicts which can arise when we handle any kind of task. But you have to remember these strategies here. First of all, identify the warning signs. Okay, illeno problem ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. By now we would be aware of it, right? Oh, illeno problem ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Let me see how we can mitigate it. It does not mean that you have to run away from conflict, nor does it mean that every time you have to give up or compromise. No, it doesn't mean that. Okay, so you have to identify the warning sign. Then it's important for understanding why the other person wants to do the same way. ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So that is how you can work at a task related conflict. Get a third party involved if required. Rarely do I advise a third party involvement. If you can solve it within yourselves, excellent. Go for early resolution. Do not postpone it and say the conflict will disappear by itself. No. ತೂತು ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಈಸಿ, ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗದಂಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ತೇಪೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ. So we should go for early resolution. Focus on the shared objectives. This is where the emotional maturity comes in as to how I can handle a conflict without allowing it to hurt my ego, right? I'm taking ownership. I will not take it as an ego issue. And that is how I will become a maturer person. So either we compromise or we say, yes, boss, you are the right person to do. Or we say, no, I will not even look at you. Or we can do it together. So there are different ways in which we can handle any kind of conflict. There are lots of detailed YouTube videos. That's why I'm not jumping into it. I just wanted to bring your attention to different strategies which exist. So collaboration is also very, very important. Now, these are the 8 strategies which are key for us to handle and be having a work-life balance. First and foremost, let's remember, ಈ ಅಗಾಧ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಗ್ರಹಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯ ಇರೋ ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಸೂರ್ಯ. ಆ ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಸೂರ್ಯನಿಗೆ 9 ಗ್ರಹಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಿ. ಆ ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿರೋದು ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟಾಣಿ ಜಾಗ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗಿರೋ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲುಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ 2x2 feet ರೇಡಿಯಸ್ ಏನೋ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಆ ವಲ್ನರಬಿಲಿಟಿನ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಬೇಕು. Once we accept that, we have to also be very kind to ourselves. ಹೌದು, this is what I can do ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ we will not be hating ourselves or, being irritated with ourselves. And we will not get frustrated when someone else doesn't do what we want them to do. Next important thing, balance. It is not just my workplace, it is not just my family, but it is also about me, my intellectual growth, my emotional well-being, my spiritual well-being, my physical well-being. Ishtunuve matter agutte. That's also something we need to understand. 24 hours na, how do I use it effectively? Look at the bigger picture always. Okay, so if a task is happening, if a pattern is repeating in your life, how are you responding to that pattern? Are you responding the same way every time? I'm sure every one of us will be facing some patterns which are repeating in our life. How am I handling it? Am I becoming a better version in handling it every day? Am I communicating with others and with myself? Am I talking to myself every day? Chintana, manthana, aagta idya? Am I allowing myself to introspect or not? This also matters. When it comes to conflict, maybe there has been a personal conflict, but I am trying to bring it down to a task level conflict every time. Hek marta idini. That also matters. Am I working alone? Am I working in collaboration? So these are some of the strategies which I found to be very effective in having a work-life balance. I really hope that this is going to help you guys too. And I would be very happy to take any questions. You can raise your hand or you can even type it into the chat box. And I would request you to leave your feedback on this page. Okay. Yeah. If you have any questions on this part of it, please go ahead.
Participants, you may unmute yourselves and ask for any questions, or you may put it in chat box.
Thank you for your compliments. I'd be very happy if you have any practical situation where you would like some discussions to happen about or anything. I do hope that these tips, you will think about it and apply it. Yeah. What is the family member's contribution to work-life balance? The family members may or may not contribute. So we have to recognize that our circle of influence is within ourselves. So we have to make time to get the work-life balance. See, when we say family members have to cooperate, again, we are looking at ourselves from a victim perspective. Okay, and we say that I do not have control over how my family will react, right? So we take that control back and say, no, I will ensure that I have some amount of work-life balance. Maybe it was 60% yesterday, today I'll work on 70%. Something like that I can manage, but never look at yourself as a victim. Take responsibility. I'd be happy to take any other questions. Some daily practices which can lead to a better life. It depends on what you want to make it better. So my strategy has been that I get at least 6 hours of sleep a day and 1 hour for spiritual practice. 1.5 hours goes for physical activity, and another 2 hours I try to dedicate it with my children and with my pets. We have got 4 dogs and 2 cats at home and multiple fish. So, you know, that innocent life. So we get to interact with them and see that happiness, all that. And about 6 to 8 hours goes for my work. So I have this balance in which we are able to handle it. Every day I make it a point to probably read about 5 to 10 minutes a day, just to relax and unwind. And another 5 to 10 minutes to introspect on what happened and how we can make it better.
Ma'am, I just had a doubt with respect to sleep, the number of hours required for a good sleep. Does it change from person to person, or is it, there's a norm and we have to stick to that norm? If it is above, then I am oversleeping. If it is low, I have less sleep. Can you please,
Sleep is highly individualized and it depends on the phase you are in your life. And also depends on Bengaluru weather most of the times. For those who are lucky to work from home, yeah, we would love to sleep for a longer time. But more than the quantity of sleep, it's your quality of sleep. So if you're able to unwind in the night and let go of all your thought processes, you're going to have a very productive sleep. Even if you're sleeping for 6 hours, it's quite good. And you're able to be, working women to have to be up, no? You have to cook and get the kids ready and all that. So that compromise is always going to be there. Maybe you would like to take a power nap. So in my case, my body is now adjusting to 6 hours, but previously it did need about 7.5. It varies. Okay, how to be consistent in a working out session? So you have to stay committed to your goal. What I mean is we rarely prioritize ourselves. We will always get up to do something for someone else. That is in our human nature. But when it comes to ourselves, we'll say, no, let me compromise. Let me put myself at the end. But that is not how it should be. You should prioritize yourself. I'm not saying that you prioritize yourself 24 hours and spend in front of Instagram or makeup or whatever it is, or your office. No, that is not what I mean. What I mean is, how am I dedicating and prioritizing myself to be a better version than yesterday? So when we focus on that, it comes in. And consistency will not come easily. So it is important for us to reiterate it again and again. How to keep enthu all the time? Surround yourself with enthusiastic people. That is one. Build your own tribe. Do different activities. Find the joy in life. Start a new hobby. So that's how we always feel burnout. Travel, go outside, see the world. Those are some strategies which we can look at.
Thank you, Jyotsna ma'am.
You can connect with me on this website, or you have my contact details there. I'll hand it back to the organizing team. Thank you so much for inviting me for this session. Thank you, Sunita ma'am. It was great. And like always, it's been something we enjoy doing it together.
Exactly. Thank you, Jyotsna, for accepting, and it was an excellent session again. Learned a lot from Smita madam also today. Very nice listening to ma'am.
Yes, indeed.
See, you got me hooked up. It's 12:36. I should be sleeping. But then it was nice listening to all of you. Oh, see, this is me. If I'm going to get something to learn, I'm an owl. I'll stay up. I won't leave an opportunity to learn.
That's a good sign of, person, a successful person. Always open for learning. So let's have a quick photo session. I request everyone to switch on your videos.
It's disabled.
It's disabled. Now it's enabled. You can please switch on your videos. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೆಲವ್ರದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಟ್ ಕೆಲವ್ರದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ
ಇದು
Thank you, everyone. I request our principal. Sorry for the technical glitch. I request our principal, Dr. Ejaz Ahmed Khan, sir, to deliver the presidential reports. Over to you, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Madam Dr. Smita, Dr. Sunita Patil, and Dr. Josana. Thank you very much at the outset for being a resource person and enlightening on various aspects of work-life balance. This topic is very, very apt, and I congratulate IQAC team of Government Ramnarayan Chalaram College of Commerce and Management for having conceived that there should be a webinar on this. And I am happy to learn that people across the globe are participating in this entire session. I salute your patience for being for such a long time. In some parts of the world, it might be in midnight. Even in the midnight also, you are bearing with us. That shows the love towards us. And I am very happy to note that earlier also we had conducted this kind of programs. And there were some, in some of the IFDPs, we had many registrations from across the globe, as many as 45 countries in one particular international faculty development program. In another, subsequently in the same year, of course, in the same month, we had conducted one more IFDP. In that also, we had around 65 participants from 65 countries. And in all, in both IFDPs put together, there were about 1,500 participants. Of course, the credit again should go to the organizers. Madam, thank you very much for addressing all of us and all our versatile personalities. Today, the resource persons are. I was listening to Madam Sunita's profile, and unfortunately, I missed out the profile of Dr. Smita because I was driving. I was on the way, Bangalore traffic. I was, caught in between, and from everywhere honking sound was coming, and I was unable to concentrate and listen on the profile of Madam Dr. Smita. Dr. Sunita, I definitely listen to each and every qualification of you. Such a big learned person and representing MCI, NSCA, and so many things. Big hats off to you, Madam Jyotsna, BDS. Of course, my wife is also. But the way of in-depth and the way of putting the things across are unique. We all love, and definitely I believe that it has benefited all the participants, and I'm sure that each participant had given a serious ear to all of your ideas and inputs what you have given shared with us. This is what I would like to say, because it is already too late. Let me not prolong it. With one simple note, I want to conclude my talk. So we have been doing this continuously each year on multiple sessions. We would like to listen from you and also take your ideas on what next topics we could conduct this kind of programs, which would benefit the participants, because we have lots of participants. Every time we organize this type of sessions, there are many participants who are repeatedly participating, and there are few new participants also. So that shows that the kind of the programs which are conducted by RC College definitely are unique, and the resource persons are marvelous, and they have been invited from different parts of the world. I'm thankful to all the participants. Please don't hesitate to share any other topics which you would like to suggest us to give a thought on it, to hold that kind of programs. We definitely take it forward. So we are here to listen to and understand each and everyone. So RC College has a unique way of working. So we would love to listen from you. So thank you. Thank you, each one of you, for being part of this entire program and making this as a successful. Madam Sunita, Madam, thank you very much. Madam Jyotsna, thank you very much. Madam Smita, I listen to you every word, but I missed your profile. You wonderfully explained, and we, as a principal, I'm seeing many cases like parental pressure and other things. So we are coming across in day in day out this kind of situations. We are also we are not experts to counsel the students, but of course there are trained counselors in the college. They are taking care of. But at our level, whatever best we could do, we are helping our students. But having listened to you, definitely we have got a lot of inputs, and I think it would be more meaningful, very helpful for us to help our students. So I thank each one of you for being part of this IFDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request our IQAC coordinator to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. So this wonderful program at last, has come to an end, and I have no words left to, speak anything, but because I'm stress-free. I mean, stress-free is not possible, but I know how to balance, stress. So this faculty development program on building resilience, strategic approach to work-life balance has proved to be successful because of the participants in this, program. So I really thank Dr. Smita Akale, who, immediately accepted when we requested her to give a talk about this program. So I thank Dr. Smita Akale on behalf of Government Ramnaran Challaram College. Dr. Sunita Patel, who is also my friend, friend come, say well-wisher. And as soon as I requested her, she to ever, always evergreen smile. With her evergreen smile, she accepts, whatever we request. So I really thank on behalf of college and on behalf of myself, my personal behalf, I thank Dr. Sumita Y. Patel and Dr. Jyotsna again, in Kannada we tell, Tumbid koda tulkalla anta. So you all are, like that. So I really, I'm not prepared for this, but to friends, it just comes, to thank, it just comes from the bottom of my heart. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank all the three resource persons who were really resourceful, and on behalf of college and our principal, Dr. Ejaz sir, I thank all the three persons. And I thank my team, without whom, doing all these activities is impossible. So I thank my entire team. Maybe it might be Dr. Sri Lakshmi, or it might be Dr. Tasin, or Dr. Jalakshmi Mama, or Chandan sir, or anybody, the whole college, the whole RC college is responsible for conducting this. So I thank my entire government RC college for helping us conduct such program. And then I thank my students, who are always our motivators. They motivate us to do more and more. So I thank my students also. And last, I thank all the participants for participating in this workshop. And then it is because of you that I can proudly tell that this workshop is a successful one. So this faculty development program is a successful. So thank you very much, and may all of us have a balanced life in future. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Shobha. Dear participants, feedback form will be shared in the group by evening. Thank you all. Thank you once again.